Hey, Hardware. How are you doing today? I assume you're probably busy with your, you know, full-time actual YouTubing that you do. So I assume you're not going to stick around, but thanks for checking in. Thanks for checking in. How is everyone else doing today? I, myself, have had a very long week. A lot of surprise news from both work and life in general, and I'm looking forward so much to doing something other than real life. Also, I don't know if Hardware's still in here, but I just recently started watching your Card Survival series, and that's a super interesting game. I might give that a try at some point. It reminds me of Ring of Pain, but as a survival game instead of a dungeon crawler. If you haven't heard of Ring of Pain, you should try it out. It's very similar. Tired? You're gonna help me pass out? No yelling? I can't make any promises, Azael. But I have been told many a time that my voice and how I narrate, not so much how I talk, but how I narrate, does help people get to sleep. Hey Aerom, how you doing? I have good news for you. Let me go ahead and switch over. Look at that. I'm a responsible YouTuber. Aerom made the, well, not made, but edited and remade the sprites for our good character Adelaide here. And made them all purple and everything. And they sent me a fix for the beak. And they sent it to me 2 weeks ago, and I still included the incorrect version in thumbnails and in an entire stream. So they got mad at me. But I have fixed it now. So we're going to go ahead and get started. People will trickle in as they trickle in. We are playing again with the Arcana mod as Adelaide, our Sanguine Shrike, our Bloodborne Rogue, who is a Ravenfolk. With some Arcana. This is a mod that we have gotten working via some serious work. If you're interested, again, if you're watching the VOD or something like that and you're interested in checking out Arcana, please check the link in the description of this stream to our Discord. We have a short tutorial on how to get it working with some recent experimentals. Keeping in mind that we are getting it working with both Magiclysm and Mind Over Matter, which is very hard to do right now. There is a different fork of Arcana that is working with current experimentals. Please keep in mind that that is different than the Arcana we're playing with. We're playing with an Arcana that's much, much older and developed by a completely different person. Being mad is an understatement, Aerom says. I felt rage and nothing but rage. That's funny. Anyways, so what we're going to be doing today, as you probably could have guessed from the thumbnail and title, is that... Actually, did I ever change the title? Shit, I just thought about that. I didn't change the title. Let me change that real quick. I was thinking about it, but I never actually did it. There we go. Whoopsies. I mean, I did the thumbnail and everything, so there's that. But anyways, now that the title of the fucking stream is correct, and I cursed within the first 5 minutes, YouTube is immediately going to sanction me and demonetize my stream, which is hilarious because it's not monetized. Because I don't monetize my streams because I like you people. But now that, I like marking my house. Now that we're recapping, we're going to be doing some of the Arcana quests. Now, I don't know a lot about the Arcana quests, and if you do, please don't tell me. I don't want the spoilers. But I do know that there is at least one quest over here in the Refugee Center, which we will be heading to pretty much immediately. Last time we got our limo shelter that we are staying in here up and running. We got some power going. Ironically, we spent the entire episode trying to get power running because I misunderstood frankly, I don't consider this my fault. Frankly, I consider this the weirdness of Cataclysm. apparently we were able to deconstruct these solar panels, but not take them down without the correct tool, which is so strange. Or, yeah, it was deconstruct, but we're not able to take them down. So it didn't offer me the ability to deconstruct them. But anyways, we have 2 advanced solar panels. We do actually have a building over here with about a dozen more advanced solar panels on it. We went ahead and moved 2. I also grabbed a diesel generator from a nearby police roadblock. And this power grid is, we rested through the night and read some books. So I've passed about 2 days offline. And this power grid is really stable with what we have going right now. We do have a fridge and a freezer going on it, and currently just 1 standing lamp. Although I am considering some other lamps in the future, because I would like to edit the layout of this limo even more in the future and kind of make it our own little, blood cult sanctuary underground lab thing for both Magiclysm and Arcana, which we'll be touching on both of them. I did spend a little bit of time getting to the first levels of Cloak and Chill and Cloak of Warmth. Point Flare, I need a target to be able to get the first levels of, so we don't have that. And just as a reminder, we are bringing out our Kopesh because unfortunately, our Bloodborne switch weapon, our Misericord, is damaged, and we need some serious freaking tools to get that going again. But yeah, we are going to start today by trying to get to the refugee center, which, based on what I'm seeing here, should be very easy. But one thing to keep in mind is that both Magiclysm and Mind Over Matter and Arcana add a lot of monsters to the world, and I've been finding in my personal time that's kind of nowhere safe now. There are Saint Beast elk in the forest, Meadow out in the open fields, dinosaur in both forests, fields, and swamps. There's owlbears and zombie owlbears basically everywhere. Every single Magiclysm cabin you come across now has a guaranteed feral in it. The world is not safe with this combination of mods. Fortunately, we're playing a relatively powerful character, so I'm not terribly scared, but it is something to keep in mind. We're going to go ahead and toggle fast travel and get moving right away. So yeah, how are people doing today? Looks like we already got a handful of people in here. Our previous streams for Arcana and for Cataclysm have been doing incredible. You guys have been joining the Discord. We have 2 new members to the channel, both Aerom and another person named Pyro. It has been a lot, and it's been really, really exciting because one thing I would like to sort of announce, and I'm going to be announcing this a little bit more on my channel at some point here soon, is that 2026 is going to be the year of YouTube for me. Now, mind you, I've been doing YouTube for quite a long time, but 2026 is going to be special for me. I am hoping by the end of 2026 that I can keep my current job, yes, however, that I can have enough success with YouTube. Ooh, what are these? Elm trees. Nice. Okay. There was a grove of things, so I was curious. But by the end of 2026, that I can have YouTube as a part-time job. That means that I have to make at least a certain amount of money, but it also means that I have to do a certain amount of things from it. Is this a cabin from Magiclysm? No, it's a cabin from Dark Days Ahead. We can probably ignore it. I imagine it will be big against today. Not many people streaming this game. Big again today. I see. Yeah, potentially. There's not many people streaming Cataclysm, but there's also not many people playing Cataclysm. It's not exactly a popular game. It is incredibly niche. And to that point, as I'm saying, making YouTube a part-time job, I do plan on covering more than Cataclysm. Probably here soon. If you know much about my channel, I've covered all hard games in the past, and we're going to be moving back to that a little bit, but I have become obsessed with telling stories via video games. So we're going to primarily focus on that. I'll still be playing hard games, probably still be playing open world games quite a bit, but I want to tell more stories. What is this? It's a farm. There appears to be a hostile clown on the farm. I'm not sure how Adelaide would have been able to see that from this distance. There's also a survivor base there. I'd like to check that out in the future, but maybe right now. Ooh, a Magiclysm cabin. Okay, we're definitely going to be checking out the Magiclysm cabin on the way over, but we're going to be avoiding most other threats. Make sure we have safe mode on, because this new fast travel system that's new to 0.I, it really gets me in trouble. It can like literally teleport you into hostile situations. That's why we're doing it a little bit at a time. Is he hostile? I don't know if he's hostile, but he looks hostile. It's a clown with a tomahawk. Who knows? Who knows? There's a drug deal to the south of me. Ooh, a Draken. Okay, we're actually going to kill this Draken, because if you don't know, if you haven't been watching the previous episodes, Arcana works very heavily off of these, let's see, where are some examples? Yeah, so off of these weird components. These weird components are actually all gained primarily from killing pretty much anything. However, they're also gained very heavily from killing things that are from the nether creatures. So Drakens are not hostile. However, there you go, cracked knucklebones. They will get me some of the items I need to do Arcana stuff. And with the cracked knucklebones, I can make a bone charm. And with the bone charm, I can make adolescence. Neat. But we also can possibly make other things with it in the future. So we do want to kill nether creatures whenever we can, and whenever is realistically possible. I don't think I can easily kill an amoebic mold. I actually don't know. Let's take a swing at it. How much damage did we just do? 31. I mean, it was a crit. And it is covering us in goo. Slimed. Reduces our dexterity and our speed by quite a lot. We can kill this, though. Ah, got some slime samples and some essence. Okay, I thought that they were nether creatures as well. That makes sense. We're also going to be taking all the drugs we find here. Not actually taking them, but acquiring them. How do I get rid of slimed? Can I just, like, wash myself off or something like that? Well, I don't have any water on me. Glad you can make it. Welcome, Jesse. Is it Jesse or Jersey? My text is so far away, I can't read the exact things sometimes. Ooh, there's a church here as well. A rural church. That is not a Arcana church, it looks like. But we are going to check out this Magiclysm cabin. And sometime today, I think we want to check out this Magic Academy. It's pretty close to the south side of town, only about 2 blocks in. And if you've never watched any of my other videos... Oh, there's a magic shop right there! Okay, we're going to be checking this out right after the cabin. That's amazing. Magic shops and magic academies are one of the best places to get both magic books and magic items in Magiclysm. So as soon as we check out this cabin, which we are going to have to be careful. We're going to turn safe mode back on as we approach the cabin. Exactly. That's why. A feral wizard, stumbling about with strange ravings and odd motions, this crazed individual walks among the dead as one of their own. Occasional flashes and sparks erupt from their twisted and grimy fingers as they perform arcane motions. Okay, we want to go ahead and turn safe mode off. This is, like I said earlier, cabins pretty much have 100% chance to have ferals in them now. In my own playtime, I've been playing a lot of this Arcana mod on my own time, and in my own playtime, I have gone through probably about 45 cabins, because I'm playing Sky Islands, and 45 ferals. It's like 1-to-1. So cabins are no longer free sources of magic items and magic books. However, feral wizards, this first tier feral wizard isn't that scary to me, but I don't want to be at range from him. So what we're going to do is we're going to break into a run, and we're aiming for this fence over here. Keep in mind that we do have parkour. Oof. Yep. As soon as I took a few steps, he blasted me. The feral wizard chants and gestures erratically. You are blinded. You don't even think you could dodge this attack and conserve stamina. But he only hit me for 2 damage. So I'm going to assume that that was a magic missile. I'm going to climb this fence, catch my breath so that we can stop being blinded. And we're actually going to swing around behind him and try and get closer to him. He gestures again. Ethereal arms shoot out of the ground and attempt to grab us. Did he actually manage to grab us? He did. We're going to close the window, force him to get closer, and there we go. One swing from the Khopesh, and we smash him for 36 damage, and hit him with our beak as well for an extra 12. He's already stunned, bleeding heavily, casts another spell, but it doesn't matter. He's done. That's how you take out wizards. You just get way too close to them. Way too close to them. Okay, let's check his house now. Got some knives, got some butter. We can't really take much. I don't know if you've noticed, but because we're a birdkin, we actually have both hollow bones and light bones. So our total carry capacity is reduced by 60%. We did help that out with our perk stuff and having both stronger and hauler. Stronger from the Bombastic Perks giving us +1 strength, and hauler giving us 10 kilograms of additional strength. It doesn't get reduced by our perks and our traits. However, even with that, we still only have a 52-pound carry limit. Let's search this place, keeping in mind that we have no hope going, so there's a very good chance that it's just empty, which it appears to be. Let's make sure we search the whole place. Yeah, it's just empty. Well, that happens sometimes. Make sure we check this desk over here. These desks can hide things. Yeah, it's just empty. I should probably start collecting laptops and stuff like that and browsing them, realistically speaking. But they're heavy. How heavy is the phone? It's still a pound. Okay. Well, that's done. But before we go to the refugee center and pick up that quest, we're also going to hit this magic shop because we're literally just walking by. Do you stream Sky Islands? I don't think I've seen those videos. No, I've been playing it on my own with the idea that I might stream or make videos on it sometime soon. I've also decided to start making videos off of Adelaide here. I'm not sure when those videos are going to come out though. Isn't Sky Island an extraction mod? Yeah, it's kind of an overhaul of the base way that Cataclysm works. You do kind of like shooter extraction stuff, and it's very, very different. But you will say there's tons of quests and goals. Like there's really tons of upgrades, tons and tons of upgrades to your island, and it gives you something to do other than just survive. But I will say it is just harder than base Cataclysm by like a lot. And I've been playing on No Hope, which is even stupider to do. But it's a lot of fun, and you say empty is always in No Hope. I've been finding a lot of really good items in my own run. I'm playing Max No Hope on my own run. I think I'm not even playing on Max No Hope on this run. I think I'm only playing on the 2nd out of 3 settings. And I've been finding some really good stuff in cabins. It's just it's a dice roll, right? But yeah, I might stream or make videos for Sky Island at some point, but I have an issue with Sky Islands that I will go over later. In fact, we can slowly approach this magic shop while I go over it. Basically, there's these quests to do upgrades, but the items required to do the quests are kinda deranged, would be my description for that. We're gonna get close enough that this cop sees me, and we're gonna pull him away from what is probably going to be a horde. And we'll fight him out in the field here. The only reason I'm fighting him out in the field, don't do this normally, but because of my Raven folk, I have double move cost reductions, so I am very fast in an open field. Normally, you would not want to do this because if you mess up, you can't get away. But we are really fast, so we're going to go ahead and do it out here. We're also going to take the battery out of his flashlight. Wait, actually, good question. Do I have a flashlight? I do. So we'll reload mine and drop the empty battery. We have to drop things basically as soon as we pick things up because we have 0 carrying capacity. But yeah, the requirements to upgrade your island are insane things, deranged things, like incredibly specific books, fur suits, like disposable glasses. They're just so strange. They feel random and deranged. And what I plan on doing is going into the JSON and going through and creating my own list, a list that makes more sense and is less, well, silly. Because as it stands, Sky Islands is kind of silly with the list of things that it requires from you. So I'm going to create my own list before I ever stream it or anything like that. And once I do that, can I get up to the 2nd floor of this building easily? I think I can. Okay, so there's a window right there. So let's climb back down. And nope, come on, climb back down. And can we climb up right here? It won't let us. Okay. I'm trying to take advantage of the fact that we are a crazy bird person. Yeah, there we go. Just climb straight up the wall. And straight up to the second floor. Very nice. Very, very nice. I do have NPCs turned down, so even though there's normally an NPC in these buildings, we won't find one. I should probably be crouched so that I don't get spotted by things out on the street. Go ahead and close some of the windows while we're searching this place. I don't see anything in the upstairs here, but there usually isn't anything in the upstairs. Okay. No Hope might have screwed us twice in one day. I'm not really seeing much of anything here. Normally these glass cases. Ooh, Beyond Sleeping Easy with Sorcery. That's a magic book. We'll read that in a second. Master of the Unknown. That's an Arcana book, although I think we already have that one. Weapons of Asgard and Beyond. Okay, so this is really, really important. The Weapons of Asgard and Beyond is good for two things. One, it'll get our fabrication to 10, and two, we can make legendary weapons with this. I currently am reading this with our Hunter playthrough on YouTube, the actual series, and we're really close to 10 fabrication and being able to make a legendary bow. Check our episodes. Honestly, our next episode will be up tomorrow. So, wow, yeah. No Hope, once again, kind of just screwed us. We'll go ahead and take out the SWAT zombie. It's just one. And our Kopesh should be able to damage him through his armor very well. And we can easily run over the increased move cost of this counter because we do have parkour. At least I think we have parkour. We don't have parkour. Okay, well, we have light step. That'll help, though. He has a carbine. We're not using modern guns on this run, so we don't care about that. I do want his cash card because there's a good chance that I use that later. And we'll go ahead and crush down his body. Sovereign Fighter came in and immediately bit into Adelaide. Oh! We'll go into the perk menu later. Oh! Holy shit. I always forget that slavering biters are actually terrifying. Look at our freaking... Oh my god, look at our right leg. He almost straight up crippled us. Okay, let's go upstairs real quick and deal with that. We actually have some ways to deal with that pretty easily. This is going to be a thing unique to Arcana. So I did actually make some water talismans before leaving. These are pretty expensive to make, but as you can tell, 2 uses of a water talisman does get me fully healed. But if we go into water talisman, these are actually pretty hard to make. We can only make 1 per kill of a nether creature. You've never managed to get the awful quality lifestyle before? How did you manage? Living in a basement, eating protein rations. That's it. Unfortunately, your character's not fast, and like her stamina saps even while just walking. It sounds like, yeah. I mean, if you just eat bad rations, awful life quality is pretty easy. Did you ever play a bionic character with faulty bionics? No, but I actually have a character that I'd like to make in the future with faulty bionics. I have a really cool idea for one. A character that doesn't heal and has like a home base that they have to return to heal, and only can heal via bionics, and then it has a bunch of faulty bionics. It's going to be based off of Rainworld because I'm a nerd and I really like Rainworld. Always worthwhile to nab Arcana books. They can be disassembled in loads of concentrated essence, especially the Master of... Ooh, that's a great tip. I didn't know that. Vending machines, of course. Yeah, her legs. Her legs almost just got ripped the fuck off. I'm betting... Hold on, let's check. I'm betting... Where is the menu? Legs. I actually have really good pierce protection on my legs. That was just really unlucky. Got by one of the bipedal undead alligators. Happens to the best of us. Oh yeah, I actually got doom spiraled by a undead alligator. Those things are terrifying. You're playing a frog mutating park ranger in the Last Generation's Knife right now. It's full out cold-blooded and brutal. That sounds really fun. We're gonna go back to our perk menu now. We know what we're going to be grabbing for the next few perks. We want to grab Hemophage. We are a Sanguine Shrike and a Blood Cultist, after all. And I'm basing all of my choices off of Bloodborne. And in Bloodborne, they have these little blood vials that they use to heal, and this gets us down the path towards that. You do not drink wine. you are immune to the negative consequences of drinking blood, such as parasitic infection. So if we picked this now, we now have Hemophage. Hemophage allows us to drink blood in order to get some calories. However, it leads into another perk. We go down to here. Blood is the life, which is going to be what we grab on our Nets perk. Drinking blood makes you feel really good. Really good. So good that all of your aches and pains just seem to fade away. Every time you drink blood, you heal a bit of damage and lose a bit of pain. So we'll be able to bring around like stoppered, sealed vials of blood, even our own blood that we can gather whenever we're like reading and stuff like that. We already have a blood draw kit back home, and we will be able to use them as little blood vials to heal ourselves. I also love Rain World. An Artificer character would be fun. Actually, my character is going to be based off of a Iterator. So I'm actually going to be playing one of the Iterators, and I'm planning on making them basically a robot. Like, I'm going to make them as much of a robot as you can in Cataclysm, and you'll have to return to your Iterator stack in order to heal between each mission. Very cool. I feel like going downhill is the expected character arc for a Cyber Junkie. That's accurate. Playing a Cyber Junkie and had a terrible start, is going full downhill the further I explore. Also very accurate. So many web-spinning spiders and triffids. Tried going full metal scrap armor. Yeah, scrap armor is not super useful. I should wait off my pain, I didn't realize while I'm talking. Finally catch my stream. Welcome, Carto. I have seen your comments in almost all of my videos for like, what is this? A year now, something like that? Quite a long time. Always appreciate the comments. Even after that water talisman, we're still in pretty intense pain. Can we do something useful with our time? We'll go ahead and open this window here, back off. Actually, we can sit right next to it and crouch, right? And since we're going to have to sit here and wait for a moment, yeah, let's practice bandaging. Getting the advanced bandaging proficiency will make all of our bandages just so much more effective. And we're going to sit here and do this until we get our pain down to the point where it's not reducing our attributes, which I think is mild pain. I always forget. There we go. I think that is where we need to be. Oh, nope, just a little bit farther. That was the wrong practice. There we go. We're also hungry, but it's Cataclysm. I'm really not scared of just finding food. Food and water are just so easy to find once you know what you're doing. And there we go. We got our stats back up. Make sure we don't have any craft items in our menu here. Do we have any... We don't have anything to purify water. Not on us. But we'll be fine. Let's go ahead and crush down these corpses, because I did find out that there is a proficiency that it's giving us. It gave us gross anatomy, but it actually gives you a tiny, tiny bit of biology every time you crush down a corpse now, which is new. That's really new, right? Previously, the only way to get these weak point things is to dissect or butcher corpses. So the fact that it gives it to us now without dissecting is kind of really nice to me. Okay. I know that we said we're going to go straight to the quest giver, but I am going to hit a house nearby here. Draw my Kropesh. Maybe we don't actually. That is a lot of zombies. We'll just leave. I was going to say we're going to hit a house for some food and water, but I think we'll just leave. Is this a farm? It is. It's tempting to go there, but someone owns that. Okay, let's go back here and check to see if they had food and water. They have some butter. That'll do for now. And some sparkling water. There we go. Drop the bottle. I think there's a setting to drop bottles automatically. Iterator character desperately trying to die? Yeah, pretty much. I actually have a different goal. I'm going to, if I play the Iterator character, which I'm probably going to be doing as my next run, it's going to be fighting a fungal infection, which, if you know Rain World, is going to make sense. I did find that the armor does its job. I'm fighting without being able to dodge, which actually conserves stamina. Yeah, but dodge is better than armor. Just letting you know. Also, the scrap armor isn't fully covering, so every once in a while a blow is just going to go through. But it is better than being naked. I feel like Gourmand is basically already doing its own cozy CDDA playthrough. I feel like Gourmand is basically already doing his own cozy CDDA playthrough, going through tons of ruins of society, crafting funny stuff, and snacking on interesting things. Huh. Oh yeah, no, so Gourmand is in, like, the Rain World. Yeah, pretty much. True. They're useful for weakness finding for crits. Been like that since Domain. Corpse pulping, increasing gross anatomy. It does not work in 0.H then, because I've been playing 0.H for 3 years, and gross anatomy has never been a thing. It's brand new to me. And I don't get proficiencies from... Hunter has pulped... Hunter has killed... Oh, you know what? Never mind. You're probably right. I don't pulp corpses. Because I've been playing 0.H for 3 years. Yeah, I know what domain is. That's the 0.G stable name. I've been playing No Hope for 3 years, which means I haven't needed to pulp zombie corpses, because the 0.H No Hope doesn't require zombie pulping. That's why it's new to me. So it's not that it's new, it's that pulping is new to me, because I haven't actually needed to do it for so long. I'm actually going to stop here in this swamp, pit some cattails, and just eat up real quick. There is a black pudding off in the distance, but we are going to ignore it. Golden Reed, that's cool. Yeah, so I didn't think about it until you just said so, but yeah, I just kind of assumed that the pulping thing was new, but no, it's the fact that I haven't needed the pulp because of 0.H. That's... Yeah, because in No Hope in 0.H, it doesn't require. It's actually one thing I really like about that they've changed in No Hope, is that you do still need the pulp. Because the no pulping really did nerf a lot of monsters, like necromancers and stuff like that. And it reduced a lot of the concern that you would have killing a zombie horde. A Quetzalcoatlus. That's no good. What is this? That is a heavy-duty Humvee. We're going to back out behind the heavy-duty Humvee and check it real quick. Let's see. It requires diesel. It has one working tank. It has a battery, but it's draining. It has enough wheels, and it's dented. Okay, we're going to remember the location of this vehicle, because this is No Hope. Vehicles are almost always undrivable, and this one's really close. This is one really, really close. The car battery's draining, so it'd be hard to start. We'd have to replace the battery, 100%. But this is otherwise... There's a turret mount, but there's no turret. This is otherwise pretty much fully functional. I mean, it's very badly damaged, but it's fully functional. So if we decide to go down to vehicles in this character, which I don't know if we will, that Quetzalcoatlus sees us. It's slower if we're running. It's slower than us if we're running. So we're going to back out into the forest, break its line of sight, take a breath out here, and kind of just go around it. I love that my fast travel just got canceled because we saw a goose. That's hilarious. Makes sense. I always wondered why older No Hope removed pulping Z's. Humvee, functional Humvee, no gas, but still a little soldering to fix the car battery. Not even that. You can install car batteries completely without solder game player. Yeah, no, true. I could just install a different battery, and I actually have batteries back home that are part of my grid right now. Ooh, there is a police blockade in my way, and normally I wouldn't care, but that is a lot of zombie cops. That's a lot of armor to go through. I think we can just go around it, though, instead. Let's head up north here, watch my compass, make sure none of those compass directions turn red, and that means that they've spotted me. I've been making a tutorial lately, so my brain has definitely been on tutorial mode. What's a Falcarius? A feathered bipedal dinosaur of long neck and tail, long sharp claws extend from its hands. Well, that's definitely an aggressive dinosaur. Fortunately, it's north of us. Where's the mossling? Also north of us. They're going to see us, but let's go ahead and pull out our Kopesh. We should be able to get onto this bridge. Yeah, a whole bunch of them just saw us. But we should be able to get onto this bridge and get away from them. It's really odd how easy it is to install batteries in a car. Like, I'd have no idea. I would like to point out that in real life, installing and taking out a battery literally just takes a screwdriver. Like, it's stupidly easy. You literally just take it out. You unplug it, and then you plug it back in. So it's very realistic that you can do it with zero electronics, because you could just figure it out on your own. Problem is the cabin in the woods. Wait, no, what? Are bird people descended from dinosaurs like chickens are? Possibly. I doubt that this bird person is. As a Shrike, and being a Ravenfolk, I feel like we're closer to probably, oop, I waited a little too soon. That's a zombie dog. I don't want to risk it. We're going to activate our Khopesh, and we're too far away. We're going to activate our Khopesh. We're still too far away. We're going to activate our Khopesh and cast its spell. A withering amount of damage comes out, just destroying that zombie dog. And then we're fast, so we can just walk away from the rest of those. But yeah, I kind of liked the Dungeons and Dragons lore for lizard folk, which is that it's a cursed line from a long time ago that has slowly become just an entire race. You should toss the car batteries into the lake. It helps recharge the electric eels. Okay. What? I normally ride a motorcycle like a cart, but with such strength that's impossible. Need gas for that motorcycle. I can't even imagine you riding a motorcycle like a cart. That sounds wild. It's good for the environment, also fun to do. That's the main battery, not extra ones. Lamal, you annihilated that dog. Yeah, the Khopesh is pretty strong. It costs 2 blood essence to do, though, and we're slowly running out of our initial run of blood essence, and we've never really gotten any more since we started. We were talking about the motorcycle, found in a cabin of perfect condition. Ooh, that's very nice. Cataclysm. What? What? The bridge is broken. The bridge is broken. Can we climb up? Huh. Can't you craft blood essence with your own blood? Yes, but very, very slowly, and it costs me a lot of anemia to do. Here's a question for chat. If I dive into this water, A, am I going to take damage? And B, you can glide to the other side. Oh, I can't glide. No, because I would have to drop a lot of stuff. Do I have anything that'll break on me? The flashlight might break, but that's it. But if I dive into the water, am I going to take damage? Water's scary. I'll sink. There's only 2 tiles before shallow water, but the flowing thing is kind of new to me. I don't know how flowing water works. Big boy jump. That's a good idea. I forgot that I'm a Ravenfolk. So let's activate our wings. Let's quick save before, because this is a bug, and the bug might kill us. So we're going to quick save, and then wings. And let's jump to here. Okay, there we go. The only problem is that we can't get back. So coming to and from the refugee center is going to be a problem. This bridge is very broken. And that's not my fault. Balls. No! Guys, do you see it? So, for people who were here during the first stream, the refugee center actually had to be spawned because it didn't spawn in. And I spawned it off the side of the map, right? Off in the darkness. And I tried to just guess the spot that was far enough away, right? Because the refugee spawn center bugged, which is a fairly common bug. But look at what it spawned over top of. Pure fucking chance. I clicked on the Transcoast Logistics. Pure fucking chance. So that means that underneath this refugee center is part of the Transcoast Logistics location. That's something. So that means if I ever plan on going to Transcoast Logistics with this character, I'm also going to have to, there might be enemies just vibing around the refugee center. Yeah, there may be consequences for my actions here. No, please don't dive into the water. There may be consequences for my actions, but at the same time, the fact that a Barosaurus, why? What is wrong with me and why? I'm suddenly deaf. What screamed? Your ears ring. You've reached your destination. Did the Barosaurus roar or something like that? Or maybe there was gunshots? I did see a zombear for a second there. Where's that zombear? Way off to the east. Interesting. I don't know what's going on here. Oh! That's really nice. We're going to eat up here. Let's take some stuff with us. We'll take the clean water. Energy cola, more clean water. And what's a really good thing to take? Apple cider is good and cream soda is good. So we'll take cream soda and apple cider. I bet that sound was probably something. There's multiple transfers logistics, thankfully. That's good. We need to see how the Cataclysm has cut that place in half. The light while standing inside the RC will be absurd with all the fellas behind it. That is true. That is very true. Distant gunshots, that's what I was thinking as well. Or a grenade, yeah. It's probably from super large explosions going off, yeah. Gunshots from the lower levels. These guys are so fucked. Accurate. So here's our question. The Refugee Center is probably only like 2 levels deep, right? Transcoast Logistics is like a lot of levels deep. Is the underground level of Transcoast Logistics still there? Will Rockwell says that the underground levels of Transcoast are still there. Oh, that's scary. If the underground levels are there, don't say too much about Transcoast, by the way. I am actively going through Transcoast Logistics on my playthrough of Hunter right now, and my first time delving deep into it is the video that's coming out tomorrow. So don't say too much about it, but I do know more about it than I did a couple days ago because I just recorded a bunch of Transcoast Logistics just like 2 days ago, right? So I do kind of know how fucked these guys are. Oh, look at it. The back half. It's the back half that's cut. So we can see the loading bays back here. Okay. Interesting. Some feral humans. Okay, let's just get away from the Transcoast Logistics. I'm overloaded? Really? How am I overloaded already? What's so heavy? Oh, it's all this food. Okay, that feral human sees me. Our armor should be able to stop the rocks pretty easily. Yeah, shot reflects off your torso. So let's step here. Oh, that's right. He's not going to step into the bush. Do we have enough silver on? We do. Okay, cool. Hey, I just saw that. Golden reed stalks actually increased our morale significantly. That's very nice. Does he have anything we care about? Not really. I don't think nicotine liquid. Ooh, that's actually pretty nice. Okay, let's get out of here. Just turn on safe mode and walk away. Okay. You'll have the roof and underground levels still. That's hilarious. Air quotes Transcoast. There is legitimately no way to know if those levels are still there. We should test on the save without spoiling you. I mean, I'm probably going to test it in a moment. Worm armor? Yeah, worm armor is OP. I will say, the worm armor is very OP, but I did ask chat if we keep the worm armor, and the universal answer was yes. So we kept it. Okay, this is the loading bay. I need to go around the front. I've been to Refugee Center once. In all of my time playing Cataclysm, I've been there once. And it was in very recent times. I was streaming Arcana just on Discord for some friends. and I was here. So I've actually never done this before, but I do know that there's a quest here for the mod that we're running for Arcana. Make sure our wounds are fine. They're healing up. And Adelaide walks into Transtrost Logistics. We immediately see that there's another Ravenfolk here. We've been finding more and more of our kind. That's very happy. There seems to be some stragglers out front who I imagine turn and look at the new oncomer. Some sort of welcoming party. Some hobos, essentially. And a surprising number of guards. These humans are doing fairly well for themselves. Let's talk to... Oh, this man's a beggar. I can imagine Adelaide walking right past them and moving on to someone who looks like they know what they're doing. Let's talk to Smokes here. Apparently, he identifies himself as a merchant. Smokes waves. Smokes the merchant waves you over. I haven't seen you before. Welcome to our homely little house. Adelaide just nods. This is the refugee center, right? Who are you? Before you ask, we're full. You're right about the refugee part, but we're way over capacity right now. We don't have the food or space to take on anyone else. But he does soften a little. As for me, I have a lot of things here. Mostly I keep tabs on our supplies. You can call me Smokes or Gavin, whichever you prefer. I also trade with people from the outside, like you. If you're in the market for hardware, we're selling. If you have food, we are very much buying. Anyways, what can I do for you? Let's trade first. Looks like he has guns, ammo, some machetes, ooh, some tools. I don't know what we need right now, so we're not going to buy anything. He also has merch, which is, I think, their unique currency. The free merchant certified note, also by names such as C-Note or merch. That's a currency based off of old American bills. Okay, he has some limestone shards, a bunch of scrap parts for crafting. This guy's pretty valuable, I would say. An absolute buttload of currency. He has nail boards? Did he really have nail boards? Did I miss that? Yeah, okay. Weird. The worm armor spawned, so it was fair. True. Some people underestimate wild crops you find in the wilderness. I actually liked the carrots you find out in fields. It's a nice place. They have hella quests. Some of them are far more in-depth than others, though, and it's hard to see which one it is at a glance. Also, goddamn Smoke, every time I make it to the center and get greeted like that, I kind of just want to walk off. These guys pay a lot for food. He has an ant egg? Oh, he does? Lols. Incredibly nutritious, but incredibly gross. C-Notes are hilarious and makes me wonder if it's intentional. I don't know what the joke there would be. That went over my head. Smokes is a reliable merchant for selling tools and materials. Definitely seems like it. Those notes are nice, since if I remember correctly, they're worth the same amounts even to other factions for some reason. They might have fixed that, though. Actually, I think that's true about every currency, Tim. Every currency does, because whenever I was doing Aiden's run, the Magiclysm currency and the currency for the Hubba 1 exchanged 1 for 1 as well. It's just like 100%. It's a slang for the $100 bill. Oh, I don't. As an American, I didn't know that's that slang. You need Sweet Goop to tame that egg in Innawood. Sweet Goop is also a thing in here because I have the expanded animal thingy. I forgot what it's called right now. Tamable Wildlife. So I also can do Sweet Goop to tame bugs. But I know that there's something else that Smokes wants here. I wanted to talk. Selling hardware. Who's in charge here? I'm looking for work. Is there anything I can do for you? He does nod and say, want to hear about it? I'm interested. If you really want to lend a hand, we could use your help clearing out the dead in the back bay. Fearful of going outside during the first few days of the Cataclysm, we ended up throwing our dead and zombies we managed to kill in the sealed back bed. Our promising leader at the time even fell. He turned into something different. Kill all of them and make sure they won't bother us again. We can't pay much, but besides some of our own internal money, which isn't good for that much yet, but it would help us reclaim the bay. And it does warn us that if we accept, it'll immediately have us take down the barricades in the back, and it'll spawn the monsters. We're going to say not right now, because I don't remember where the back bay is, so we're going to go find the back bay first. Purchase delicious egg, swallow whole. That is a very bird thing to do. Prince even named an album after it. It's more common than if you're purchasing clandestine goods. Well, I've never really purchased too many clandestine goods, so I can understand why I maybe missed that particular piece of slang. I want to check this other person, though. Ooh, they are not a bird person. Confusing. They do have bird wings, though. I imagine Adelaide eyes them a little suspiciously, considering they have bird wings and nothing else, but we take no harbor against mutants. The blood cult, I know from the lore, tends to create mutants, so. Can I do anything for you? I have a job. We don't have the equipment for real analysis here, so it'll need to be done in the field. I need you to get a fresh sample of zombie blood, take it to a hospital, and perform a centrifuge analysis of it. I've been authorized to reward the completion of the job with 30 merch and a sizable sum of local currency. Yeah. He gave us a USB and a blood draw kit. I'll be back soon. That's interesting. Not yet. Can I trade? We can't. There's nothing we can spare to sell, and I've got no budget to buy from you. I don't suppose you want to donate. Yeah, no. That's super interesting. Analyze zombie blood. First, you need to kill any zombie and extract the blood from his body using a blood draw kit. Next, you need to deliver the blood to any working centrifuge with a computer. Equipment like this can most commonly found at hospitals, but you also can try to search for medical labs. Third, you need to place the extracted blood on the centrifuge and analyze it, which, excuse me, there we go, and analyze it using the computer nearby. If you're successful, the data will be written on the empty USB drive you have to provide. Finally, bring the USB back. Did it mark? I see a marker there. Did it mark a hospital for us? Is that what it's marking? It marked a hospital for us. Okay. So realistically speaking, we go to the hospital and we kill the zombie in the hospital so that we don't have to worry about the fresh blood, right? Interesting. Rocky character arc while training athletics, eating raw dino eggs and running up and down the bridge. That's hilarious. Leave the racism to each church retreat. True. Having bird wings and Magiclysm setting like wearing blackface. No comment. That's hilarious, but I mean, yeah, no. Adelaide's not racist. Honestly, I imagine Adelaide the kind of person to actually be happy to see bird wings on a human. It means that they understand that we are the greater race, the greater people. Maybe not race, that's the wrong thing I should say. It's the greater mutation, the greater abilities. I should do that for my next unarmed focused character, yeah. This character is kind of a cultist, not surprised to turn his nose down at being mimicked, his own prowess. You need to kill the zombie near the machine because blood spoils fast. Yep, that's basically exactly what I just said. Either you do not find zombies or the zombies destroy the machine. This mission sucks. Good to know. I'll try it anyways. Okay, let's explore real quick. Aha! This is the person I'm looking for already. Dorian Vance. Human. They're a deacon. Who are you? A deacon from a local parish church. The priest unfortunately left some time before all this started, and I've never heard from him since. I fear the worst may have happened, as there's already much to tend to. What is there to tend to? Many of the people here are struggling to get by and survive. There is little that one man can do to help with that. However, what I can do is to help them keep their spirits up, tend to the dead, and dying as best as I can. I'm at their service as best I'm able to. Need help. No doubts there are others here who have ample work to be done. As for myself, I'll manage. I feel a bit bad leaving the parish unattended, though. There's a group of survivors who knew Father Alexander currently sheltering there. While I'm confident they can take care of themselves, I'm still worried about them. Anything I can do? I have a job for you. Yeah. As much as I'd like to return to check on the people sheltering at the church, I've been caught up helping out here. If you can pay them a visit, ask to speak with Sophia McKinnon. You could send over my regards and apologize for having delay in return. Sure. If I remember correctly, someone told me that this is the Arcana quest. Can he not wear rigid on his chest because of wings? I actually can for some reason. I'm not supposed to be able to, but I can. Zombie stuff spoils hella fast. It always messes with me when trying to make mutagen. True, true, true. God, I hope we can finally get fully functional wing mutations. People have been getting a lot of work into flying vehicles, so I think it might be possible. That'd be really fun. I'm actually not going to watch. I'm going to sing in another video because I'm drunk, but I like you anyways. Thank you. That's a weird sentence, but I will accept it. Bright Nights has airships now, and it's super fun. Ooh, that's really cool. That's definitely the Arcana quest, but don't recognize that this try. Okay, cool. Let's find the back bay. I don't remember where it is. Not really going to talk to anyone else. I don't really want to get overloaded with quests and such, so we're just going to kind of ignore the rest of this stuff. I don't hear any, like, terrible cataclysmic sounds coming from this place. So I think the presence of Transcoast being underneath is not interfering too much with what we got going on. Where's the back? I think this is the back bay. Yeah. Okay, here's the barricade to the back bay. So once we accept the quest, we'll want to come straight back here. The ethical implications of dragonfolk wearing worm armor is immense. Yeah, I mean, pretty funny, yes. See, there's just a lot of, like, named NPCs here, and we'll get around to them eventually. But for now, we're going to leave them alone, because we already have 3 quests. But I want to do this one first, because it's literally just right here. And I know for a fact that it's already pretty easy. Wanted to talk. Looking for work. Tell me about it. I'll do it. Not a problem. And it'll lag a tiny bit. Yeah, you'll be here for an hour talking to all these folks. Yep. Can I please leave the menu? Can I please leave the menu? There we go. We'll pull out our Kopesh. Keep pressing the wrong keybind because I have a different keybind on my main save right now. Might actually just change my keybind, so I keep doing that. So I don't keep doing that. And as you'll see, that barricade we saw just a moment ago is gone. Okay, there's going to be a bunch of zombies in here. And sometimes, based on the world, it might have a special zombie. So we're actually going to save real quick. Because this run is mostly to show off Arcana and some cool interactions between Arcana, Magiclysm, and Mind Over Matter. And that means that I don't particularly want to die. So we might be save snumming just a tiny bit. Looks like we got a named zombie of Sean McLaughlin. Tough zombie. And a boomer. Okay, boomer. Close the door behind us. And I think we're going to hit that one with our Conjure Acid, which will pop him. I forgot to change the sound pack. The sound pack is still hilariously, like, not impressive. That is actually a lot of zombies. Sean McLaughlin? Wait. You're right. It is Jacksepticeye. That's hilarious. That's very hilarious. It's a pain to get enough people to clean the back bay after doing them as well. All of them are too traumatized to go clean a damn room. That's true. I think what we're going to do here is we're going to fight these melee for a moment until that happens. And then we are going to use our OP armor of OPness to take out and weaken them. Wait until they get on the bed. 250 move cost. They're all getting weakened. The reason I want to get as many melee kills as possible here is that the acid kills won't count towards our perks. Yeah, I really need to update my sound pack. And the rest of them died. Did we get the quest complete? Clear the back bay? I think so. Yeah, it's telling me to go another direction. So I think we're good. Now we have, like, fucking an hour of smashing to do here. Some of the RC characters are great and fun to talk to. Some are very clearly written by committee. That's funny. A vibrating... Oh. Moving on. I was like, what's that? And then I fucking read it out loud for half a second, because whenever you're reading things out loud like this, you tend to read a few sentences ahead. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. First aid kit. We'll take the bandages. Hell yeah. Antiseptic. He has an IFAC pouch. Oh, this is a bug out kit. Man, these bug out kits are fucking overpowered. I don't know why they're so common, even with No Hope. Like, look at this. This is so much stuff. you're just like done in one bag. You're just done finding stuff with one bag. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. We'll take some of the stuff here, but it's just so much. We can't even carry it at all, to be honest. In fact, we can't even carry these emery packages that we already got. We're just so overloaded with stuff here already. Take the cattails. Drop the whole IFAC pouch. We'll open the IFAC pouch and just take the bandages and the hemostatic powder. That'll help a little bit with what we got going here. And let's just drink some stuff to reduce carry weight here. Now those bug out patches are so ridiculous. Now I want to make a sound pack to make MP3 players actually play Eye of the Tiger for a Rocky character. That's hilarious. That's a back massager. Yeah, I'm a massager. I don't think No Hope edits how common bug out bags are. It should. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. What the heck is that bag? Yeah, they're called bug out bags. It's a new feature in the 0.I experimentals, and they are broken as hell. In fact, in future runs for YouTube, I'll probably ignore their existence. I guess it makes some sense. People would be grabbing bags and bug out bags since the apocalypse is happening. Basic prepping is more common than people might realize. Yeah, the only problem is that they're so common that it really reduces the need for a lot of the actual gameplay of Cataclysm. But really, there are too many. Yes, I really hope that they reduce the amounts. If not, I may go into the files and reduce the amount myself for my own saves. Because it is a lot. I find out, generally speaking, I find a bug out bag like every 20 zombies, maybe every 40 zombies. But even if it was every 100 zombies, it's still just too many. It would make sense they are owned by people that became zombies in the refugee center. I will say that one makes sense, yes. Let's go ahead and refill our Kopesh before we forget to refill it later. And we'll eat some dummy candy just to make our mood a little bit better after all that. We are heartless, so we don't care about dissecting or killing. Actually, did I remember to put heartless on? I didn't remember to put heartless on. So we do have to be careful about dissecting humans. Let's go turn this quest in, and then we'll head straight to that church. The next quest. I killed it. Gives you 25 merch. Thank you. Having the big threat so close to home was nerve-wracking. Here, having that threat so close to home was nerve-wracking. And then the editor pans to Transcoast Logistics and plays a funny noise. Here's some of our local certified notes. We've been paying these to our workers in exchange for supplies. They're getting some value in the center as a trade item. I'm afraid they're all we have to spare at the moment. I could use a hand with something else, if you're interested. Glad to help. Looking for work? Tell me about it. There's a bit more involved in the last quest. We recently lost a scavenger party coming to trade with us, and we would like you to investigate. We strongly suspect a raider band or horde caught them off guard. I can give you the coordinates of their last radio message, but little else. In either case, deal with the threat so the scavengers continue to pass through in relative safety. The best reward I can offer is a claim to supplies that they were carrying, plus 30 certified notes. That's our own internal money. We're going to say no, not interested, because one of the things that happens in Cataclysm, as soon as I accept that, it's going to kind of like spawn the mission, and I don't really want to spawn the mission because I'm not going to do it right away. Because we're going to check on the rural church instead first, which is so far away. Holy shit. Okay. It is from Arcana, though. So we have guaranteed that it is, in fact, Arcana. We'll have to stop by home first and grab some supplies to go that far. And probably drop off some supplies as well. Actually, can I sell anything to you? Let's trade. There we go. Let's see. Do I have any, like, drugs or anything to sell in the video game? We do. We'll keep the book, because someone just told me that the book is actually worth some serious stuff. And I don't care about slime samples. We'll keep the string, because it's always valuable. So, realistically speaking, we didn't really have very much to sell. It's not even worth a single merch, I don't think. Oh, actually, it is worth some merch. Okay, cool. We'll go ahead and trade in some merch. Do you have any Armor. You don't. What about weapons? Just some machetes. Okay. That guy right there is a great source for tools later, but for now we'll leave it alone. Uncaring now, not psychopath? True. This is how we end up with gun spawns based off of single random article about gun ownerships in New England. Yeah. Oh, I just saw the notification. Welcome encoded. Why is there so much in 22 as an American? Why is there so much 22 as an American? That makes no sense. I have no idea about guns. I don't know what that means. Someone will have to explain what that means on the 22 thing. Imagine trying to sleep in that refugee setting, hearing the sounds of your zombified loved ones one room over all day and all night. Truly, truly traumatizing. Found 3 bug out bads in your playthrough. One had a M1911. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I found a fully automatic grenade launcher in a bug out bag. Selling video games, or selling drugs in the video game. Yes, very wise. Someone clipped that for authorities to review. Please don't. Honestly, cocaine would be insanely useful in Cataclysm. Super effective topical anesthetic. I actually do know that Raikon, and during his playthroughs, does pop cocaine every once in a while as a drug to reduce pain and stuff like that, because his character is drug resistant, so they never get the addictions. Drugs have great barter value. Yep. You did not ask for exchange after completing the quest. There's only one option there, and that was thanks, have a nice day. If you asked Smokes for reward, he would have given 500 credit. 22 showing up in massive quantities actually makes quite a bit of sense. They sell it in buckets like 100. I don't know what these words mean. 22 is a very low caliber used for practice or extra small game like scrolls. It's more that Raikon accidentally takes it all the time because he carries it around and that's the coding. Oh, that's funny. Probably the most common bullet in America. Oh, it's an ammo type. Okay. I frankly wasn't picking up that it was an ammo type. Yeah. Okay, so this bridge is fucked, but I think we can still get over it. So we're going to head back home real quick. And then after getting home, we'll... Actually, how are we doing on supplies? We're, like, completely overloaded. So the reason I want to head back home is because if we find any cool things at the Arcana place, we won't be able to take them with us. Someone will take a drink, and we'll start traveling home. I wonder if the teleporty fast travel thing will let me get over this bridge. It might have been able to, but there's zombies in the way. Ooh. I did not read my chat messages. That's a spitter zombie. What's our longest range thing? We don't have a gun on us anymore because it took too much damage. We can use point flare. It's too hard right now. I don't like that. It's gonna damage all of our gear. Do we have a forest nearby? We really don't. Okay, we're going to back off of this fight a little bit here. I mean, we can kill him. I'm not worried about that. Yep. Let's pull him into the forest. He's getting close now. There we go. Reduce the amount of acid we were standing in. Did it damage any of our stuff? I think all of this was as damaged as it is now. We wait a minute. We can let the acid pour out. And we'll pull the zombie spitter over and crush it down. Oh, we have to dismember it. That's right. There we go. Oh my god, more zombies. Let's just fucking kill them real quick. Another zombie there. I'm going to just say... Cancel auto move? No. Dive into the water? No. Okay, so we will have to use our wings again here to get in there. There we go. And how do we get up? We can probably stand here and use our wings to go up a level, maybe? There we go! Flight! Flight is so strong. Oh, okay. How are we going to get back on the bridge? That was definitely a comment from a second ago. Rykon does accidentally take cocaine. Very hilarious sentence out of context. What is this? Zombie dog. And crush it down earlier. Oh, that's right. As soon as we get to the other side, we have this roadblock. So we need to keep that in mind. Also, nasally taking cocaine isn't going to numb a ton of pain, but you would rub it on your wound. Oh, that's cool. Accident, yeah, air quotes. I would say the magic sign for acid splash, but that's not helpful against acid zombies. Yeah, I had the same thought. Don't think there's a specific acid resist on them. You can chain explode them. Oh, interesting. I have no clue how I did this, but it has subway. Pretty safe for me. Travel weird eldritch horror beyond my comprehension. Tear me to shreds. It's because the eldritch horrors start showing up later in the year. In the early year, the eldritch horrors aren't in the subways very often. If you wear both hazmat and rubber equipment, it makes you theoretically protects you from acid. That's true. Aiden was actually like immune to acid because of his Hubba 1 armor. Multiple subway levels, with the deeper ones being disconnected from the upper ones, and most of the unearthly horrors in the lower levels. That is also accurate. Good for you. You've made anvils easily. Yep. Metro CDDA would be an awesome mod. Yes. Yes, Metro CDDA. Metro is in like the Metro series game, if you're not familiar with it, is kind of like, imagine if Anomaly took place in the Metros, and is like filled with like zombies and monsters and shit. It's really cool series. I haven't played too many of them, but I've watched some gameplay of them. Very cool. If there was like a CDDA overhaul for just like chilling in the Metros and dealing with all of the shenanigans of the Metros. Be very, very cool. I just spotted something on the map. Okay, so there's 2 magic academies, but that one is really easy to access. There's some houses, electronics store, liquor store. So there isn't any houses nearby that's going to spawn anything too dangerous. We have no carrying capacity. We have none. No carrying capacity. What do you guys think? Should we go anyways? How heavy is this? Nothing. Okay. So it's all the books, really. Books are super good. I've been listening to audiobooks, yeah. You could try and make a travois or something? Yeah. Probably not out in the wild here. Also, I have so far to go that the travois is really going to slow me down. Like, look how far away my base is. Oh, man. The base is going to be so far away from that church, too. Looks like there's another bridge to the north here that we could take to go to the church faster. But the problem is that I have this mega city between us and the bridge. Find a trash can. True. Let's do it. Turn on safe mode. And travel to here. Just go to the Magic Academy. Maybe you'll luck out and nab a Ring of Strength. True. Yeah, let's do it. Ooh, Antlions. That's actually good. I don't remember if antlions are hostile, but the bugs and the zombies do tend to fight a lot. Wasp Queen is not good. Okay, so we need to avoid the... We're going to go ahead and mark this as danger with a 2-tile radius here. We can still enter this area. We just won't fast travel through it, right? So we want to go this way. Feral Mechanic. I've recently learned a cool way to deal with feral mechanics. Basically, you just put your weapon away until you get close enough to attack them. A mechanic and 3 zombies see us. There is a horde of zombies north of us, but most of them don't see us yet. I just remembered we have Camellioflage. We need to activate that. put our thing back away as the mechanic gets closer. Oh, that's a feral mechanic, not a zombie mechanic. He's not going to have that ability, right? Crow-pilled kleptomaxing? Yeah, true. Gotta keep that shiny stuff. Mood buff. I don't like the feral, so we're actually going to cast it. Nope. Spell is very short range. Cast a spell, and we're going to bash him. He's poisoned, slowed, and badly poisoned. Come over here, kill this guy, and then come back and finish him off. Very nice. He does have a wood saw, but we have no space. Nothing sees us right now. We can take a moment to rest. Looks like a zombie and a zombie elf are coming in. Easily dealt with. We're just kind of slowly pulling some down from the area north of us, because we need to get rid of a large portion of this horde anyways. Again, if you're playing Cataclysm and you're not a Ravenfolk, ooh. Hey, look at that. Fully functioning trash can. Fully functioning trash can. What is going on with our No Hope right now? Sadly, in the build you're on, they removed the ability for zombie technicians and mechanics to magically yoink your weapons. Yeah, they throw rocks. Interesting. Zombie technicians still do it, actually, on my build. Because it was happening in my single-player world. They were pulling knives out of my hands. But ferals definitely don't. Party rockers are absolute evil in Crazy Cataclysm. Interesting. Crazy Cataclysm, as a rocker enemy, they're very funny. They throw party rocks. Low weight covers all screwdriving types. Screwdriver set? I already have one back home. I don't need the screwdriver set. Oof. Don't like getting grabbed, though. Do we have our... we do have our martial arts going. Okay, this guy is going to leap at me, but he's also shrieking. So he's bringing the entire horde. The entire horde. I did find out, by the way, that's what that symbol is. It's that they're shrieking. That little symbol above them. Okay, so we're going to pull these guys out into the field. Because, again, if you're playing Cataclysm and you're not a Ravenfolk, don't do this. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm really fast. This is normally a very bad place to engage zombies. And, yeah, that's a lot of zombies. So, I don't want to spend stamina right now. So I'm going to do this. And we're going to Wormskin there. So that they all go through the acid. And if we get grabbed, we can Wormskin again. Yeah, look at that. It's just bringing them all down to like 1 HP. Wormskin armor is... Well, except for the hazmat zombie. Wormskin armor is so fucking strong. It is ridiculous. It is going to carry us through a lot of this game. Look at that. That was beautiful. Do we have a thing going for Dinar, Essence, category manual? There we go. I'm not sure what else we should be looking for. The cigarettes are nice trade, right? Yeah. So is recreational substances. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what else we would be looking for right now. Big fan of the multi-tool. Small, low, tons of weight, tons of tools. True, true, true. I like to carry one and a socket set for salvaging. True. Hasn't happened to me in ages. I'll need to fight more zombie technicians to check. Are you sure you're loading a meta weapon? Because it literally happened to me as I was playing my save last night. In this specific save, yeah. I'd like to imagine that Ravenfolk walk with the funny straight-legged skate that IRL crows walk with. Just fast as fuck. That's hilarious. Gonna go now. See ya, Carto. Probably already missed you. I haven't seen anyone do a Marlos playthrough in a while. That'd be funny. Don't know how much content has been added for that in a while. Would you like a minor travel spoiler for the Arcana quests to plan around? I do know that almost all of the major locations that aren't like ruins do have teleporters in them, because we started in an Arcana location. Outside of that, I don't really want any Arcana spoilers right now. Copper, silver, and platinum. Ooh, shiny filters. Shiny filters. Shiny filters. That's a really good place. So we're going to go with material copper, material silver. Well, let's just do silver and gold. Silver and material gold. so that we can see shinies. I do love the idea of forcing my character to pick up shinies, especially gold and silver. I think that we're going to favor silver because I like IRL. Silver's my favorite. So we're going to change this to just silver. Because whenever it comes to Magiclysm, silver's also very important. I'm watching the compass on the right side, making sure that we aren't getting spotted by anything while we smash these corpses down. There's a silver bracelet right there. We don't care that they're filthy. We'll clean them later. That or they hop around like some ravens do. That's true. Yeah, that was it. Copper is good for bronze and magical items. Not when it comes to jewelry, though. Jewelry will not get you any amount of copper. You gotta make a dragon's nest out of shinies. True. Big same on the silver. Silver is prettier than gold. Very, very true. As an actual jeweler in real life, I greatly like making things out of silver over making things out of gold. Gold is, I don't know, just overdone. Kind of boring. I'm just kind of browsing through, making sure that there's nothing here that kind of jumps out at me as something important. I was doing a Control G there to see everything around me, not just the ones in front of me. Oh yeah, that's right. We got more bodies over here. Some silver earrings. They're damaged, though. We're not going to take anything that's damaged. We want things pristine. Ooh. Power drill. That's a must. And locking pliers, because that's bolt turning 2. I don't think this has bolt turning 2 in it, right? The screwdriver set only has screwdriving and fine screwdriving. But power drill is so rare that we just have to take that, even though it is putting us very overweight at this point. Which we do need to be careful, because we're so overweight. Our move cost and our weight carried is reducing our speed, and our move cost is still 64 out of 100, by the way, but it is reducing our speed down to 96, so we've lost our speed bonus. Copper rings are like 1 copper. Random Areima lore drop. It's actually well-known knowledge in my Discord that I'm a jeweler. Yeah. I'm an artist. I make jewelry for a living as part of a small business. I love working on silver. Working with gold is eh. Socket screwdriver set. Gotcha. Misunderstood. Okay, what are we looking at zombie-wise now? There's a handful more, but look at that. Look how close that guy is to me. He's only 16 tiles north, and because of camouflage, he just doesn't see us. He just doesn't see us. So nice. Especially for like a rogue like this. After we get Blood is Life, what we might get next is, where is it? There's a perk here somewhere. Ghost. We have no allies within 20 squares, enemy detection range is reduced by 15%. Because we are playing a rogue, so I like the idea. Oh my god, all of that scrap aluminum. That would be good for making copper. For bronze, that is. Kind of ridiculously good for making bronze, to be honest. But yeah, I love the idea of actually being like a proper rogue here. What is inside this? We're going to do this and just empty it. Is there any silver in here? Nope. What is this? Why is that not a... What does that do for me? Standpipe maintenance log? Oh, it's mechanics to 2. Actually, we might keep that then. Do I already have mechanics to 2? Oh, mechanics to 0. Man, I didn't read that properly. Okay, we don't need that. But we can grab this now. How bad is that making my move cost? 108. That's not the worst. Let's go ahead and remember its position. And in fact, we can drop some stuff into this so that our own carry weight is much better whenever we need to be able to move. I don't need these bottles and stuff on me in the first place. Let's go ahead and just sort our inventory real quick there. You don't need multiple bottles at the septic. These books are the vast majority of our inventory carrying capacity. There we go. Release it. Got a few more zombies to fight here. car buyers died. That will be a mechanics book. We'll take that with us. Multi-tool. Do we have a multi-tool right now? We already do. This is not Sky Islands. I don't need multiples of everything. Silver's also good to grab to... Wow, I need to freaking read. Silver is also good to grab. Any clean silver stuff you find, you can hammer down into repairs for weapons using an arc welder. Yep, knew about that. Oh, interesting. Current experimental buffs ghost to 30%. Nice. I didn't know that there was a buff for that. This is the first time I've been doing Bombastic Perks. There's a very, very, very rare standby maintenance log variant with mutagen recipes. That's hilarious. Every time I find the bad ones, I just remember all the times I found the good one back whenever I had no idea what I was doing. Yeah. I feel like what you just said, Nathaniel. So, have I ever told this story? Have I ever told you guys the story of my first ever run of Cataclysm? This is a story that I feel like if I tell now, I'll have to put it in a video so that I don't have to tell the story again, over and over again. So my first ever run of Cataclysm can't be properly understood by someone who has not played Cataclysm a lot. My first ever run of Cataclysm was a experimental test run of what would later become Vellum. If you're familiar with Vellum, the series on YouTube, you're familiar with my start. I was a wizard starting in the wizard basement location, which starts you in town, right? And I was an elf who was trying to become an archmage, and I was learning some of the basic controls of Cataclysm. This was my first run back in 2022 or 23 or something like that. It was about a month or two before I started my YouTube series. So I only had about a month or two whenever I started my series. During that time, I learned a lot from one of my friends, but that's not the part of the story that's important right now. The part of the story that's important is that this was my first couple... That is a lot of zombies. We're going to kill these while talking. That was my first couple runs of Cataclysm ever, right? And the reason why I'm telling this story is because some interesting things happened. First of all, I was playing with Mind Over Matter and Magiclysm, right? And as soon as I left my house, outside of my house, one building over to the north was a wizard tower. Across the street, to the west, was a magic shop. Or Magic Academy. One of those two. I can't remember anymore because it's been years. And then as I left and started exploring the city, I found a doctor's office. And inside of that doctor's office was a working auto dock. And I was like, huh, that's weird. I don't know what that is. I never visited the Magic Academy because it was filled with golems. And I'm like, wow, that is way too hard. Why would I go there? So on my first run ever of Cataclysm, I had some of the most insanely good... What is that? Oh, there's a wasp flying overhead. Some of the most insanely good RNG ever. And I had no appreciation for it whatsoever. Something just screamed. Something screamed, fuck, to the north of us. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. How many more zombies do I have in front of us? Only about 7. We're going to finish clearing these out. So yeah, I had no idea how valuable that was until a few months into playing Vellum for YouTube. And I remember going back and looking at that save and looking at my map and being like, what the actual hell? On top of that, my house, by the way, and all of these locations were on the far northern edge of town. So I only had... There's another bug out badge, 2 in one stream, just to give you an idea of how common they are. We're going to be ignoring its existence. It was on the far northern part of town. So the only zombies that I had to deal with are like suburb zombies. We didn't have any POIs, spawning zombies. And the Wizard Tower and Magic Academy cleared out everything around my house. So because I spent 3 days in my house, all of the zombies have been cleared out in the area around us. Yeah. That's fucking dumb. Absolutely dumb. Okay. I need to move some of these corpses That's a lot of corpses. Apparently the move menu didn't stop me whenever there was something right in front of me. Oops. Okay, so I need to move corpses from the other one now. Let's do /corpse. Your current weapon specifically uses silver and is very good for my playthrough. Yep, I know about that. The reason I'm moving so many corpses, you'll see in a second, because now that these are all dead, I close the damn door. That's a song. Move menu safe mode issues, as per usual. Yeah. I forgot that the move menu and safe mode just, like, don't interact with each other properly. Might have to zone a corpse dump to make it faster. No, I just wanted to move them out of the door. I'm not corpse dumping. I just wanted to move them out of the door so that I can close the damn door. And then we'll close this door over here, just so that things don't spot me. I'm very quiet, so I'm not worried too much about anything else. We just mostly have to worry about being spotted. There will still likely be golems in here, but these thick stone walls, I found that unless the horde gets like the horde mechanic of all of them gathering their strength together, it's pretty rare for them to be able to get in these places. We are going to grab Mercury whenever we see it. I have learned its value in Arcana and Magiclysm. Checked these stereo systems because I found a freaking Rain of Strength in one of these before. Absolutely wild. We don't need... actually, is Stone Shell one of the valuable ones? No, it's not. Let's just check this whole place. The chances for a magic item is what we're here for, but we also don't really have much in the way of spells. We've dedicated to Calvinist, so we'd like to find some Calvinist spells. Can I get this open with a crowbar? We can't. So we're going to smash it down, because we need to go to all of the places. Although the bathrooms are not terribly important, arguably. But yeah, the Magic Academies are just like, if you're going to be playing Magiclysm and you're looking for magic items or books, Magic Academies are just so high value. Gluttonous consumption. For when you don't know when your next meal is coming from and you want to make sure absolutely nothing goes to waste. I feel like Biomancer, and correct me if I'm wrong guys, but I feel like Biomancer is the perfect thing for a Sanguine Shrike. Biomancer is just kind of a gory magic art. There's going to be a lot of blood magic in it. I think we have to go Biomancer. Oh yeah, Aerom just said, I assume Biomancer would probably be one of them. Yeah, I mean, Vicious Lash. Oh, Vicious Lash is so cool. You literally summon like a flesh whip and it has range 2 whenever you upgrade it. Like, it gets so good. We're gonna let those golems come to us. We should be able to take them down in melee. Just got hit pretty damn hard by one. Okay. Maybe we use our spell here. The spell will lock them in place. Conjure Acid. There we go. And we got a bunch of essences for killing these guys, too. Oh, yeah. Dull essences are not the best essence. We did hit ourselves with that Conjure Acid, but it's no big deal. Dull essences aren't the best essences, but they are pretty good still. Biomancer's a great fit. Biomancer kicks ass. Very good for Cult of the Blood. Yeah. Found that the whips and Magiclysms are insane. Current playthrough uses the Iron Whip belt, and it's honestly insane. Did you know that the upgraded Vicious Whip has range 2? Not range 1. Not reach 1. So it doesn't reach 1 tile away, it reaches 2 tiles away. That's freaking insane. No other weapon in the game does that. Okay, we're going to wait a moment because we're in Distracting Pain. So we're actually going to step outside here and sit right here and go ahead and read this for Gluttonous Consumption, and that'll make us an Animist, and we'll get some of our pain down. Whips have 2 tile reach. Yeah, it's freaking wild. So good. Longer reach than spears is just so good. And the whip upgrades, by the way, is what I'm talking about. So it upgrades whenever you did it to level 15. Yeah. I do forget. You might be right. I do forget whether the base whip has the increased range as well, but I don't know. We're going to use a Water Talisman, our second to the last one, in order to heal our arm here, because I am worried about our health. So we're going to go ahead and blow our resources there. We'll go ahead and eat some of the food and water from these guys over here. Let's check our... Oop, silver necklace. Silver. Make sure we drop stuff and favorite stuff as we get it. And let's head upstairs. There should still be more things here. Troll of Lightning Blast. That's Storm Shaper. We won't be using it, but we can sell it once we get access to the Forge of Wonders. Scrolls and books, magic books sell for basically some of the most money. Crystallized mana, definitely. If we find a magic item, that'll help us recharge it. Pikes also have reach 2. Oh, I didn't know that. I've never run a pike before. Remember the good old days when pikes were the meta? Oh, yeah. I wonder, what's the move speed on a pike? It's like really bad, right? The move commitment? Okay. So we got 1 Placid Golem there. 4 in that room. Well, fuck that. 1 more there. And 2 in the library. Okay. We need our pain down so that we can handle these. Do we have a source of light? We have a lighter, but that's not exactly a source of light. As much as I hate to do it, I think we just have to wait for our pain to come down. Actually, just saw what time it is in game. We could just go ahead and take a nap. Let's close these doors. And just go ahead and take a nap. Make sure we fill our Topesh again. Fill our Wormskin armor. We are running out of... We're down to 7 blood essence left, guys. 7 blood essence left. I picked up a bunch of ammo. I don't need that. Do we have earplugs? Yes. So let's go ahead and close the window and sleep. That's 70% reduced damage when the enemies are close is already low damage potential and then falls off, slows balls. Yeah, if it's the apocalypse, I'm going to be stunting. That's funny. Unless you're in horseback. But yeah, Iron Whips can disarm, stun, and stun enemies. Your character can 2-shot most... So you're basically Belmont, is what you're saying. That's really cool. Hiking is useful when fighting on a horseback or a motorcycle. We're just going to full commit to sleeping here. It's going to toss and turn me all night, but if we get up to like 4:30, I guess we'll stop trying to sleep. Well, okay, I guess we drop. Do we have reduced sleep or something? Did I take reduced sleep? Less sleep. Okay. I will say I actually don't like less sleep because it fucks with your sleep cycle and you end up being awake during the day a lot or being awake during the night a lot. But I guess it is what it is. Oh, we still have our earplugs in. Hold on. How much would it take to take them out? Let's do it in a moment. It looks like they busted down the door. That's fine, though. Don't really care too much about that. We're not going to be here long enough for it to matter too much. So we're not going... Ooh, 6 Denarius and a Blood Essence Gem. And an Orichalcum... 2 Orichalcum Cauldrons. Oh, that's so much money. That's so much money. Holy shit. Well, we have to take down this guy now. We'll cast a spell there. Cause him some damage. We'll back up and cast Conjure Acid. And destroy him. Oh, that's so much money. I do have an auto pickup, by the way. You'll see that activate every once in a while for both Essence and Denari, which is why it was asking me about my pickup there. Greater Mana Potion. Yeah, look at this. The Orichalcum Cauldrons barter for $750. Oof. Oof. In the Zedra Bombastic Perks, they have a perk called Vampire Hunter that means you're a Belmont Scion and do nutty damage with a whip. That sounds really fun. I think I'm more of a Balrog because I've been casting a lot of fire. That's really cool. Personal ranking of weapon types based on my 2 playthroughs are axes. First place axes, second place magic swords, third spears, fourth spikes. Katanas are really stupid good as well. Daggers are also really good, but you have to get good at them. Shit, now I want a little custom thing to play as a Moon Knight with a mission to kill Elder Vampire and Zedra named Dracula owes you $20. That's hilarious. The kick-ass idea, Nathaniel. Yeah. Here's the downfall of the Orichalcum Cauldron. They're fucking 20 liters and 7 pounds. So we will take those with us and put them out in our trash can out here. Because we do know where a Forge of Wonders is, right? I thought I found the forge. It says within 90 tiles, that's why. Because it's like all the way up here or something, right? There we go. So the Forge of Wonders is, honestly, at the end of the day, not that far away from home. And if we can bring both cauldrons there, oh, we'd have so much money. Guys, you don't even understand. That's like 2K, that's like 1K out the gate. That's half of a Dryden layer out the gate. Okay, looks like there's some denarii on the table there. We'll definitely want that. Is that a magic hat or just a top hat? Yeah, just a top hat. Was that a blood essence gem or just an essence gem? I didn't actually... It's another blood essence gem. Okay, we'll probably deconstruct that then, because I don't think we need 2 of those. There's a Playboy, Spellcraft Theory, Capitalism. What's that? Spellcraft Theory. An owlbear egg? Sadly, you can't tame owlbears in this version. Another Orichalcum Cauldron. Holy shit. And then a stone golem at the top of the stairs. Okay, we're going to go down 2 levels to avoid that stone golem. Cast the spell mid-fight. Like a true battle mage. There we go. We'll take the Spellcraft Theory. Night Mage. What's this? Highly strategic board game that combines elements of role-playing with deck building and a traditional board game mechanics. That's cool. It's a board game. Chilling Touch. That's really good for us. Big Book of First Aid. We don't care. Capitalism. We don't care. Anything at this desk? Nope. Playboy. It's humans. Who cares? And the Stone Golem just hit me. Staggered me off balance and hit me in the arm for 67 damage. How long does casting the Topesh's spell take? Let's check real quick. Misfires. Charges 2. 8 charges. Doesn't say. We're going to cast the spell, hit him with it, and fucking run. Oh. Okay. Last Water Talisman. Heal our arm. Man, if that had hit us in the chest, that might have killed us. Holy shit. You know, catch up on chat real quick. Having such a low carry capacity is utterly debilitating. Never really thought about how just bad it'd be. Yep, killed Mito with an axe. That's insane. Great axe with medieval swordmanship. Also very good. Debug messing around with the mouse mutation line. Super fun. I know Aerom is obsessed with the mouse mutation line. And also messing around with a frog. And it's a battle with a temperature. That makes sense. Dreams Broken can't do a big sword because her stamina sucks. That's unfortunate. Straight up free killing anything that has less health than your weapon damage. Oh, true. Agreed, gameplay. I've been running a fellow with a second coolest magic sword you can find in all of CDDA with medieval swordmanship. It's one of the big great swords with reach level 1. That's sexy. Rat Kings are weird. Okay. Mouse mutation is the best. Honestly, I don't feel like low carry weight isn't the end of the world. Then again, I'm not a pack rat and use vehicles pretty often. Using vehicles is the part where you're saving yourself over me. I need a vehicle for this character if we're going to go too much farther because of the fact that our carry weight is just disgusting. Got any armor recommendations for my very weak cyber junkie with 6 strength? I would pick up top armor, honestly. Top armor, for sure. Top armor is going to help you early game. And just don't use SWAT armor. SWAT armor will weigh you down. Some firefighter stuff is not too bad. But if you're talking about crafting armor, you'll probably want to eventually go into leather. And maybe like the, what's that called? The Kevlar jumpsuits. If you find Hubba 1, the Hubba 1 armor is like basically weightless. Yeah, the trash can helps so much. It carries an insane amount. Yeah, I want an actual car at some point, for sure. Okay, let's get some food from the first level here. Just grab some of these cans of food and then back out. Eat some. And we need to get our pain down. Well, we can read while we're waiting for our pain to come down. Taking advantage of our time. That golem, ooh, so bad. So bad. The mental image of a post-apocalyptic mouseman riding around in a motorized trash can will live rent-free in your head for years now. And this will make us a biomancer. The biomancer focuses on manipulating and even absorbing flesh. Oh yeah, perfect for us. Their own or that of other living beings or dead things. Most other wizards find their powers gross and disturbing, but no one can question the potency of their abilities, and certainly not their adaptability to any situation. Yep, biomancer. So now we have gluttonous consumption. Magically expand our stomach size, allowing it to consume more food without taking any more room in your body. Interesting. We'll go ahead and peruse Spellcraft Theory and such. I think Spellcraft Theory isn't too useful to us. It's like not worth anything. And it'll just get our spellcraft higher, which is really easy to do just by reading spells. So we don't really need it. We'll leave that one behind. I also just realized we're running for some reason. Let's go ahead and learn Chilling Touch as well. And we'll want to cast those at least once in order to get the first levels. So let's go to Biomancer. Gluttonous consumption is too hard. Chilling Touch. Need our hands free. Go ahead and refill the Kopesh, although I think that puts us out of Blood Essence. It does. Let's go to Chilling Touch. What's the targets on it? Hostile. Okay, so we have to cast that against an enemy. We'll have to cast that against one of the golems, I think. That'll get our social to 1. Car Buyer's Guide. That'll help with all of the merchants. For sure. For sure. Rat is pretty good all around. Very survivable. Hope you find more leather. Leather's pretty easy to find once you know what you're looking for there. The largest thing to look for with leather is like jackets, right? So like a leather backpack, a leather belt, stuff like that will get you leather pretty fast. Just disassembling them. I realized that I should have been sitting in this table and chair while I was eating, because it would have given me a better morale bonus. Man, Nomadic is already hitting us, and we've only been in this house for like this building for like less than a day. Oh man, there's also a library right there. Damn. Yeah, we're really going to have to clear out a lot of this city. What is that? Car showroom. I've not seen one of those before. I also really liked the new office tower visual. That's not a visual in 0.H. Really nice. Okay. There's still a few things I want to clear here. Let's go ahead and pull out our Kopesh. Let's go down to the lower level. I was really expecting him to follow me up the stairs. And he stood on the stairs and then took a swing at us. Frickin' rude. Come on. Wait, peeking takes time now? Since when did it take time? I never knew that peeking took 2 seconds. I thought peeking was like free. Huh. Mana for morons boosts mana? Okay. Brick of Unkillable Meats. Medical is probably one of the most... Oh yeah, medical mutations are kind of wild. Yeah. There's a perk called Mana for Morons. May only be attached to Zedra. It's definitely not a Magiclysm perk. I've looked at all of the Magiclysm perks and adjacents. Peeking always took time? I guess I just never noticed. I don't normally peek with enemies nearby. Please come up these stairs. Please come up these stairs. Guess we fight him on the stairs. Asshole. Let's activate our flashlight, because they have really good vision anyways, these golems, so might as well. That's an entrenching tool. We want that. We only have a digging stick back home. Ooh. Silver, silver, silver. Very nice. Shinies. Getting into that kitchen would be nice. What does this say? This is a cartoon rendition of a zombie. Nice. Someone graffitied the wall there with some zombies. I did get reminded that the graffiti can be really interesting, so we're going to take some time to read that whenever we can. I wielded the wrong thing. Put our hat back on. I want the crowbar. Anything interesting in here? Some onions. Guess we'll eat some onions. Nothing too interesting. Gotta turn this flashlight off, though. That'll get me in trouble real fast. Okay, we really do need to deal with more. I didn't pick it up. I was just thinking about it. We really do need to deal with our pain. Being at such low stats, it's just so bad for us. It's hard to not implement different lines, I found out. Wasted all my bullets against Triffids. Bullets wasted. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You can eat Triffids, though. There's that. How close are we to our next perk? Halfway! Golems must be worth a lot. Damn. I guess we did kill a bunch of zombies recently, too. Chilling Touch is the only one of these two that I feel like we're going to use. Because it only costs 50. So we'll go ahead and start learning Chilling Touch while we wait for our pain to come down. Yep. So Spellcraft 2. Like I said, Spellcraft is really easy to raise because you're going to be spending a lot of time reading books anyways. So there's not really a reason to grab the Spellcraft. I think those zombies are getting up outside. There's not really a lot of reason to grab Spellcraft books. I think they smell me. Let's try this. Chilling Touch. What's the range on Chilling Touch? Range 1. Of course it's range 1. Point Flare is too hard. How long does it take? 106 moves. So it takes basically 1 turn. Okay, let's try it. Hands free. Okay, we'll back up a step then. Put our sword away. And cast Chilling Touch. We lost our concentration, so back up a second. Chilling Touch. There we go. Automatically gained a spell level, because that's how Magiclysm works. Your first level is free if you just successfully cast the spell. We'll pull our Kopesh back out. It was in a scabbard, so you can pull it out really fast. Take this guy down. How healthy are these guys? Oh, they're all really weak. We can just take them down real quick. Ooh. Oxygen delivery kits? Holding regular mask. Oh, is it damage, though? Burst of energy. Does that work? Does this restore some of your stamina? Huh. When do merchants change their merchandise, or is it just the Forge of Wonder that resets? All merchants reset their merchandise, and some of them will even tell you when, but approximately a week, give or take. The Forge of Wonder works a little bit differently. It never resets its entire merchandise all at once. Bunch of flame resistant stuff. Yeah, the fireman stuff is really nice. I don't know why the Forge of Wonders works that way, for the record. It just does. You can ask most of them. True, yeah. Again, in case you don't know how to play Cataclysm, we are backing away every time we take a swing, because that forces them to take a step towards us. And a lot of times that means that they will spend some time taking a step towards us, which we can then get a swing off on them as they finish their turn taking a step towards us. Now, again, we are doing that because we're fast. Our move cost is 64. If you had a really slow move cost, like above 100, you probably don't want to do that. Unless you're using like a spear or something like that. Okay. They're done busting down the door. So let's go back to what we were doing. I mean, I guess we might as well read the Spellcraft Theory while it's here. No, it's really slow. Let's just get rid of it. We're keeping the other ones because, well, I would like to learn some mechanics, and Lightning Blast will be, yeah, it sells for 40, so it sells for like 32, give or take. Let's check our wounds. They're good. I think the reason why we are burning through stuff real quick is we had some concentrations going. Burning through food really fast. Let's go ahead and go back to learning Chilling Touch while we're waiting for our pain to come down more. Another goddamn bug out bag? Yeah. It's a little ridiculous. I personally don't like it. I understand that, you know, some people are going to be more interested in that being a thing than me. Oop, that's a zombie right there. The sound of missing in this sound pack is really funny. I forgot that I actually do a decent amount of damage with punches because of the fact that I have Shrike's talons, and I have, like, you know, talons. Let's change our keybind real quick so that Chilling Touch is an F. So we can cast it a little bit faster. Because it only costs 50 mana. So I actually really like that as a kind of like a go-to spell. Is that getting me... I know we have gross anatomy. Is that getting me other anatomies now? So, like, it would be biology. Near human? Hard to say. We do need unarmed technique familiarity if we're going to be using unarmed every once in a while. Alright, I also found that whips are in the Shrike martial arts, just as an avenue. Oh, are they? Hold on, let me press D. It's not F1 anymore. Whips. Vicious Tentacle Whip. We can use the Vicious Tentacle Whip with, oh man, I really want to find that spell now. It's a little bit of a rare spell because it only shows up in a single scroll, so you have to kind of get lucky, but dang, it's so nice. So nice. Okay, give me a second to take a drink. Did you know that every level of spellcasting and deduction increases your mana capacity? It doesn't, no. Mana capacity, so... mana capacity is a ratio of intelligence combined with any perks you have towards mana. Mana always regenerates over the course of 8 hours unless you have mana regeneration, which brings it down. Less mana regeneration brings it down to 7 hours. Mana regeneration brings it down to 6, etc., etc. And any mana capacity things, like a Wing of Wizardry and stuff like that, raises your capacity by a percentage. So if you have really high mass mana in the first place, with really high intelligence, the Ring of Wizardry +1 and +2 actually act better than a Ring of Intelligence would, because it'll raise it by a percentage. It's really, really good to have those. But yeah, Matt's mana is a pretty static thing if you don't have Bombastic Perks and you only have Magiclysm, outside of, like, magic items, right? However, with Magiclysm, we can get, with Bombastic Perks, we can get, of course, more intelligence, but we also can get Meta Magic Perks that will help us quite a bit, and we will probably be picking up some Meta Magic Perks eventually. But yeah, I actually plan on making a guide over Magiclysm sometime soon, because there's a lot of really arcane, haha, funny, and eldritch mechanics that people just kind of know nothing about. Sorry, I was reading up on chat real quick. I don't know much about Zedra, unfortunately. Funny, whenever I wanted to go down magic and become the Murder of all Truffords, first then was Axwood and Grandma. That's funny. Yep. Healing magic is really, really strong. True. Zedra does make it a bit easier to raise and lower max mana. I've heard a lot about Zedra, but I haven't tried it yet. I'll probably try it eventually. Last Magiclysm tutorial is so old at this point. Yeah. I'm actually making a tutorial for Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead just for the base game in order to have a more up to date one for 0.H and 0.I, and I'm about 60% of the way through making the tutorial. I can't promise when it'll come out, but soon, relatively soon. Okay, we want to kill this golem. It's not on this staircase. Okay, we have some wormskin armor here. So he's one more level above. There he is. Oh man, if this corpse wasn't in the way, I could lock him in this room and never worry about him ever again. Let's see. I can put some acid there. I might slow him down. Activate our Khopesh. And then the wormskin armor. Man. Shot reflects off of the stone golem's armor. So he is very resistant to the wormskin armor. But he wasn't resistant to the Khopesh. So we're going to blast him a few more times with that. Khopesh is out of charges. We're out of blood essence. Oof. Do I have any spells I can cast? I can cast Conjure Acid. How long does that take? I mean, we already know he's resistant to acid. It takes 2 seconds. Reflects off of the stone golem's armor twice. We're back up again. We really don't want him to... He gets this spell where he'll shoot like a rocket at us, and it does a shit ton of damage. Zedra to awesome. Mad Scientist is super fun. You can all make all kinds of weird stuff, but you gotta keep an eye on it or it will break. Is that the one that's opposite of Dreamsmith? Also, stuff is typically not horribly hard to find ingredients for. Huh. Good old Techno-Wizard tutorial so old. Yeah, true. We're gonna wait here for a moment. Yep. Soon as he came down, Rocket Punch. We stand. After 2 blows, we stun him with a critical. And then the stun just chains into us killing him. Yeah, he did so much damage to Adelaide. Our leather belt's almost broken. Our backpack is almost broken. Oh, but we survived the fight. That's kind of what's important there. Let's use the last of our bandages. Oh my god, I didn't look at our torso damage. Ho 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 ho. I did not look at our torso. Ho 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 ho. That was so fucking close, guys. That was so fucking close. Our chest armor of our... Like, look at our torso. We have really good defenses in our torso, and he almost freaking one-shot us. Ooh, scary. Very scary. Very, very scary. I mean, it's bashing damage, and we have a whole bunch of modifiers to make bashing damage stronger against us. So I'm pretty sure that's why that happened, for the record. Like, Hollow Bones makes us take extra, let's see. You're frail, bashing damages do more damage to you, and then Light Bones makes bashing attacks hurt a little bit more. So that was a huge bashing attack. So we just took a shit ton of extra damage, probably like 30% extra damage from that. Oof. Can we make a water talisman? With some paper. Yes. We're going to disassemble that. We need a pine bough. Okay, we'll take 20 of the paper with us, and then we'll make a water talisman out in the woods. Okay, we're going to do something dumb here. We're going to quick save, and we're going to finish clearing this place out real quick. Okay, well, let's move the Orichalcum cauldrons here. Well, just so we don't forget them. Can I do anything with these bones? No. There was a chance that I could do something with the bones while I'm sitting here. Okay, that is a little bit too many golems. So I think we'll just have to leave those potions. It's just a yellow potion and some denarius. That's no big deal. I didn't check. Did this guy drop any essences? No. We did clear this floor. Is there anything in here? Orichalcum Cauldron and a Gastrolith. Yeah. Lethal cuts or pierces a dead end if you do not have hemostatic powder. True. Talismans are so good. Very, very true. I don't think I want to risk fighting anything in our current condition, but I do want to go up to the roof, get a better view on the city. Yeah. This is a pretty nice city. We're going to be able to get a lot out of this. Very nice city. But I think we're pretty much done here. There is another cauldron here. So we're going to mark it loot cauldron. Actually, I need to mark it on the ground level. So whenever I go to... The reason I do that is I can type in loot now, and I can search between my loots. Going to haul this. There's a zombie child just like right fucking there. Cool. Pull out our Kopesh. Take him down. Apparently we feel awful about killing zombie children. And a zombie. No. Oh, I hit escape by or tap slot by accident. Let's grab the cauldrons and work our way out of here. Dangerously close wasp. Slower than us. Slower running. Okay. Ooh. If you didn't know, those are really dangerous. Man, I've really gotten myself in a corner here. Huh. Huh. Never tried, but I wonder if Dispel Magic would do anything to golems. Yeah. Yeah, but they also let Mito cast spells. So, I don't know. That's a very good question. I'd love to actually try that at some point. Wasps from X-Files. Yeah. Or, sorry, no, wasps are so much, and then I read two comments at the same time there. Okay. I think we're going to let that wasp kind of go away. My morale is too low to study. What's messing with my morale? Oh, it's the guilty consciousness. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Can I practice? I'll just meditate. I want to get my stats back up, and I want to let... Well, Camellioflage as well. I want to let that wasp possibly wander away. I don't see it anymore. But it could just be right up against that door. It is. From here you hear bzzz. Okay. That's a problem. How do we deal with the wasp, guys? How do we deal with the wasp? We do have flame talismans. We don't care about this place. So we can cast those. It takes 5 seconds to cast a flame talisman. Spell will kill... I hate them so much, spell will kill them instantly, though. Yeah. How likely are we to be able to cast Chilling Touch? 50% chance. How much damage does it do? 2 to 10. I think the Flame Talisman is a better chance at killing it. So we're going to grab that. And like I said, we will save stun if we need to, but I'd like to avoid save stumming. So I'm going to open the door. Back up. It flies, so there's no reason to step over anything. Boom. Oh, it literally got to us. It never got a chance to swing, but it got to us. Ooh. Okay, that place is probably don't burn down now, but that's okay. And we will load these into our vehicle. And load everything else in there as well. So that we ourselves are not overweight. I'll keep the book on. No, I won't. How heavy is this right now? We can tell by doing this. No, we can't. For some reason, it's a little bugged out right now. It's currently 87 pounds. So if we grab it... Okay, it's not causing us pain. There's some wasp guards to the north and some basic zombies to the south. We'll go ahead and pull out our Kopesh. I should save after killing that wasp. Is that okay? You still have loot in this place? It's just one thing. Wasps are the reason I always carry tear gas on. It chumps them. Oh, that's cool. Treat wasps like bears. Flying bears. There's one cauldron left behind. Yeah. Actually, don't sell things to the pirates. Sell things to the librarian first, always. The pirates actually just buy things for less money. I even showed that in one of my recent videos. The pirates just have a lower money cost on everything. Weapons, I checked like 10 different types of items. It doesn't matter. It's always a lower cost. Now they have more money. True, right? But it is just less money. So they'll just buy things for less. So it's something to keep in mind. Whenever the librarian has money, always go to the librarian first. Okay, now we just need to get all of this back to our base, which is a mile away through a forest. That's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, because we're not going to be able to fast travel through a forest with a trash can. But, guess it is what it is. I don't really want to travel along the road, I don't think. Hellhound. Interesting. Don't think I want to deal with that. We're going to turn on auto move so that it kind of dodges some stuff here. Some painted turtles. The swamp will be easier. Turn on safe mode as well. Glad I turned on safe mode. Utah Raptor. Okay. Let's back the shit up from that. Is it going to let me fast travel through here? It actually might. It's figuring it out. It's figuring it out. That's because they have higher social. My game is basically the same. Stats are random. Interesting. I think it's because the pirate has slightly higher social than the steelbook nerd. Yeah. I will say that I've tested this over the course of like 12 games now. I've only shown it once on YouTube. I don't know how it works in 0.I. There is a chance that it's different, but like that the librarian with if you yourself have 0 social skill, always buys things for about 10 to 20% more than the pirate does. So I think it's just a shot. And then the Valzane himself, of course, buys all things at 99% discounted against your favor, and then only treats Denarii at full cost, because of course. Kind of think they need to have merchants have likes and dislikes where they pay more or less for certain items. That is actually a thing already. I mean, like Valzane, for example, doesn't buy anything for full cost, right? So, I mean, I don't know how much mods use it, but it is a thing that exists that could be used. Forge Master's Shoal is crazy high. Actually, the Forge Master, if you look at Valzane and the Jasons, he just has some unique modifiers saying that he doesn't buy anything. It has nothing to do with his social. It's an intentional mechanic that the Forge Master doesn't buy from you, because then you can't spend like 15,000 on something and then sell 15,000 worth of denarii to him, because they want that mod to be progressed a little bit slower, which doesn't always work, because there's some places where you can get a crazy amount of denarii for basically free with no effort. Check out literally the second episode of my Hunter series for that. But I mean, it's a good attempt, right? I'm moving outside of fast travel because I don't know if fast... You know what? Let's give fast travel some credit. Can we do it? It doesn't seem to be working. All NPC stats are random, even the named NPCs. Always thought that was weird. Other than a couple stuff. My game Valzane is a dwarf. That is super weird. Well, even if their stats are random, their social stats are random, I will say that it doesn't change the fact that it doesn't matter what his social is. He always has the same effect on purchasing, and so does both the... Okay, I'm between zombie cows and zomborgs. I need to not be here. But, yeah, both him and the librarian and the pirate always have the same percentage buy and sell values. So I don't think their social stat matters. Could definitely see the librarian being switched to dislike everything but books. I could see her disliking everything that's not magic, right? Books, magic items, stuff like that. Because she does describe that it's kind of her job to get those items for Valzane, which I think is pretty cool. More zombie cows, of course, because I got too close to the farm. It is going to take me a literal day for Adelaide to get this trash can back, but it's going to be so worth doing. Magiclysm used to have a way worse problem with economics. You could basically find a forge and buy everything. That must have been a while ago, because I've been playing since 0.H, and 0.H has been like 3 years. Valzane will always oversell and undercharge your stuff. Yeah, it's just how he works. It's an intentional thing. Like I said, it's literally set up in the JSONs. How I got into CDA. Dwarf Fortress guy makes a video on it. Find Areima. Forget about step 1, step 2, and step 4. Find a random short step. Find Areima again. Step 6, download the game. Sounds about accurate. I got into Cataclysm the first time 9 years ago. I didn't like it because I played the base game and I thought it was just a bad traditional roguelike. And then Rykon introduced me to Mind Over Matter and Magiclysm, and I instantaneously played it to make my character. And I was doing YouTube at the time, so I was like, hey, this is a fun way to do YouTube. I could do the Rykon thing and tell stories, and it'll make me happier about doing YouTube because I won't just be playing video games. I'll be making something. As an artist, I kind of crave this desire to create, right? And there we go. Now I make Cataclysm videos. Also need more fancy magic items that aren't really useful, but just being neat things. That's kind of where Arcana comes in as well, is that Arcana has a lot of just fancy as well, right? And it's one of the reasons why I liked the two of them, is that there's not a ton of overlap between them, which is really nice. Okay, we are going to leave our trash can out here. And we're also going to leave everything that is to be sold. Why is this doing this? Can someone tell me why this is doing this? It won't show me the inventory of the trash can. Huh. Is it inventory? W-A? Yeah, look at that. There's the rolling trash can. Industrial trash can. And it says no inventory. I'm an idiot. Thank you. I had a filter. Okay. We're going to leave the stuff in here that we plan on selling, and we're going to take everything else and put it in the square and then drag it inside. Actually, we can do it this way. We'll favorite the things we're going to sell, and then we'll just say transfer all. Oh, I should favorite this USB drive because that's actually a special one. There we go. I also want that scroll. And then we'll just haul everything inside. A very successful trip. I do say so myself. And then sort all loot. Nothing got left on the ground. Beautiful. And I do want to see this blood essence gem. Can we disassemble it? We can't. Blood. I need a hammer of the hunter. Okay. So I need a hammer of the hunter in order to disassemble blood essence gems. A trip went way faster than I'd expect. Yeah, the fast travel, really useful. Really, really useful. Kopesh didn't take any damage. Thank goodness. We have a ton of Dull Essence and Basic Essence. We don't really need to carry that on us. We'll favorite the Denari so it doesn't get dropped ever. Well, where are the earplugs? Why can't I wear these anymore? And then take them off. There we go. Anything else we need to deal with? I don't really care about the Greater Mana Potion. We're never going to be able to spend enough to do that. And we'll make 2 new Water Talismans. Because, holy shit, those saved our ability to do stuff. Unfortunately, we're going to have to stay home for a little bit now to recover. Oh, I have one more Water Talisman that I can make with Dull Essence. We'll make it out of Dull Essence because we want to keep some of these magic items whenever possible. So yeah, we're going to have to stay home for a moment and, you know, cook stuff and such like that. Peanut butter sandwich. Eat and drink and learn some skills. I think I have memories about every cabin type in CDDA. Loot cabins too much. Makes sense. So I do want to read Weapons of Asgard. Unfortunately, Art of Enchantment and Weapons of Asgard require Fabrication 6 and 8, but Weapons of Asgard can take you from Fabrication 8 to Fabrication 10. That's so good. So good. At first, I didn't know that the Dream Draws eating leveled up and became more effective over time. Briefly thought the Dream Eater was balanced. I was wrong. That's hilarious. I've heard so many things about Zedra being, like, wildly imbalanced. What is this spell? Peaceful Rest. Oh, it's classless. Well, I mean, hell yeah. We'll go ahead and read that. Peaceful Rest. It has a requirement. It requires chamomile. That's funny. Does anyone know where to get chamomile? I don't think I've ever found chamomile before. Because having that and carrying some chamomile on us because of our, where is it? Less sleep, would actually be very valuable to me. Let's go ahead and make some bandages and boil them. We don't have any water right now. We're going to put this household water heater right there. I did it in the wrong water. I need to deconstruct it. I did this wrong. Can I pour? No, I can't pour. What if I put it right? Yeah, I think I can do this. Hold on. I have an idea. We're going to put it right there. Fill it with antiseptic. No. Pour into adjacent. Right. There we go. Now we have 400 water in the actual water heater. Cool. So now we should be able to boil bandages. Yeah. And clean water anytime we want. 15 is how much goes into a gallon jug, so we'll do with that. I don't know. Put it in something else. I don't care anymore. We have what we need. There we go. I just accidentally put all my bandages away. There we go. Oil bandages. We'll go ahead and mark those. And mark that. Make sure that we don't drop them. Yeah, this will eventually teach us Graham, Gunmer, Archival, etc. Legendary weapons. Very cool. I doubt we're going to get far enough to get legendary weapons. Zedra isn't quite as bad as I make it out to be, but it does add some extremely strong zombies, but it changes a lot balance-wise. They're everywhere and really harvestable in summer. Oh, chamomile, gotcha. No, you get them in the plains. Okay. Plains and fields. Okay. Chamomile is a summer-only flower that's often in plains and fields. Literally annoy everyone in fields everywhere. Okay. Oh, they are literally everywhere in fields. Gotcha. Love me some Magiclysm? Yeah. Oh, nope. I can't read. I'm dyslexic. Love me the Magachete. Okay. Yeah, so we're probably going to just chill and chat and wait for our character to... Oh, actually, it's 11:30 at night. Hard to tell sometimes with our lit up thing here, but getting some sleep will be really helpful because it'll heal us a lot faster. And then after we get some rest and we get restocked and refueled, we will head towards the church that Arcana sent us so that we can actually do the fucking quest that I made the title and thumbnail of this video. Isn't that just how streams go, though? Is that you make a title and a thumbnail, and then it sometimes takes you the vast majority of the stream to actually get to do the thing that the whole stream purpose was for. At least that's what I find whenever I watch other people stream. They spend the entire time trying to do the thing that the stream was about. We're going to spend time learning Point Flare, because it would have been really nice to have Point Flare strong enough in order to be able to cast it during some of that time. And we're still going to just be waiting off our torso there. So I'm going to try something. Okay, we're going to try this again. Did it actually get rid of it this time? It did, okay. We'll see if it still gets rid of it after we relog. But I wasn't actually supposed to be a nomad, and the game re-added nomad to me. Very strange. How long am I planning to stream? My usual is to go for like 3.5 hours, but add uncaring. You know what? What's chat's vote on uncaring? I actually feel like this character should be uncaring because I am a blood cultist. I should have been desensitized to killing humans and draining them of blood ages and ages ago. So I probably should be uncaring. And I think I just forgot it at character creation. It's 2.5 hours since you haven't done the actual content you wanted to show. Yeah, true. What? Actually setting a goal for yourself to set in goal for yourself in CDDA? I mean, that's how I play. I wish these streams would happen more often when I wasn't at work. They always want to know Life Arcana for another 4 hours straight. That's how I feel about streams sometimes too. For a character who wants to interact with NPCs, I don't think uncaring is very fitting. You know, you do have a point that there is kind of a mix there. I should be reading books while we're talking. There is a mix there of the fact that we are both uncaring and interested in interacting with NPCs. We're interested in doing quests. But I think I can see Adelaide being the kind of character where we care about quests because of a goal and because of a reward, not because we care about people. Burb-born cult, uncaring works very well. And I think I'm going to do it. We got Point Flare up to, where are we at? Point Flare up to level 3. Still too difficult on average, but that's okay. We're going to go ahead and eat some peanut butter, some macaroni, and get some more rest. We can read for a little bit longer. We'll read for 2 hours. But yeah, I think we're going to add uncaring. Again, stating for a desire for parasocial and desensitized is... and desensitized to be separate traits. That makes sense. Uncaring actually gives you lower NPC interaction abilities. It isn't a particularly large debuff, though. Oh, good. The church does not like sanguinists much. They won't attack you, but they might be slightly rude. Oh, yeah. I've already been to the church. Let's go ahead and do it. So player mutates uncaring. There we go. Make sure it worked, because sometimes it's a little buggy. There we go. And we're fully healed now as well. So tomorrow we will fill up on some water and head for the church. We'll probably leave behind our trash can. Your character just gets desensitized naturally over playing, but yeah, that's true. But it made sense for my character that, like, I've already been desensitized, right? Let's see something real quick. Blood essence. So we can make blood essence with chemical making. We can make it with anvil and hammering. Nope, that's the gem. We can just make blood essence if we have a fire going. Let's just type in blood real quick. We can make it with human flesh. Okay. Human blood, but we also need salt and lye and chemical distilling. So this is going to be our ideal recipe for making blood essence. But we need chemical distilling, electrolysis, and distilling kits. Okay. But for now, we can make a little bit of blood essence. How much did that make? 6. Okay. That's good, because that lets us refill our Khopesh. But that's all of the blood essence we're getting for a little bit. What about the dull essence? Was that with dull essence? Oh, hold on. I forgot. We have this. The silver athame. We can activate it, cast its spell, and it'll make us bleed, but that's okay. We'll bandage it just to get some bandaging experience. And I think that gave us a blood essence. It does. However, we gotta be careful. We'll do it one more time. And again, bandage it for the bandaging experience. But I'm told, yeah, strange anemia. Your muscles have begun feeling more fatigued lately, and you feel faintly queasy on the inside. Maybe overusing that athame did something to you. Okay, so we want to stop after 2, it looks like. But that does let us fully recharge our Khopesh now. So that's good. Claire, I'm talking about Arcana's rural church group. Yeah, no, I knew what you meant as well. Can we repair anything before we leave? Repair. We do have some cotton patches for the boy shorts, but we need clean leather patches, clean leather patches, clean leather patches, lycra, and clean leather patches. Do we have anything? Material leather. I don't see... Oh, hey, there's a denarian here. Why is there a denarian there? That's weird. I don't see anything leather. You know, we should bring the Hellfire Staff with us. Just thought about that. Oh, it takes blood essence as well. Do we want to unload the Hellfire Staff? I think we do. And unload the Vein Reaver as well. So now we have 21 blood essence in our inventory. That's a really good idea. I didn't even think about that. I'm also going to pick up these guns. Not because we're going to use them, but because we're going to sell them, and we'll bring them up to... What essence is that? Dull essence. Okay. We're going to bring them up to our trash can up here to add to the sell pile. Oh, man, our leather backpack is right about to break. I really want to do something about that. Hold on. We need clean leather patches. Would we be able to repair it anyways? No, we wouldn't be able to repair it anyways. Do we have any sewing recipes that we can practice? No, we don't. Silver Athame is super useful, but man, that debuff does sneak up on you. Yeah. I must make the choice I make every Areima stream. Do I go to bed now or Areima stream over sleep? Oh, true. Been a while since I've been able to stop by the stream. How is everyone doing? I'm doing pretty good. It's going well. The Blood Cultist Burb just raided a Magic Academy and got home. 10 out of 10 solid stream. Yeah, that's actually a pretty accurate description. That tells me everything and nothing. Thank you. Yeah, we're playing Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead with a unique set of mods with Arcana, Magiclysm, and Mind Over Matter. It's really fun. Arcana is kind of new to me, and the other two are obviously not because I have many series going on them. Okay, so our next goal is to follow this little red marker over to this church. We know for a fact that this church is probably going to be a problem. What's our best route? I think that we're going to avoid the cities. So we're going to come down through here, go across this dangerous broken bridge, and then up past this speedway, and then we'll go through here. It'll be a little bit of a long route, but it'll be fine. Let's bring some food and water, because it's a long route. Okay, so I don't want a gallon jug of water. We'll bring some protein bars. They suck, but they're at least something. And then I need some actual water. There's another denarius. Why are those ending up in here? So weird. Did I... Hold on. Currency. Well, that's why they ended up in there. Move position. We'll move it onto the desk. Super weird that I was dropping my denarii into the fridge here. Let's make sure there's no more dinar in there. There aren't. Did I grab water? I've already forgotten. I did. Let's drop our gallon of water because we don't need that. And that should be fine. It's not a lot, but it is what it is. Actually, hold on. Do we have... It'll be here. We'll take some hemostatic powder because it'll save our life one day. And water purification tablets. There we go. So we can make more water while we're out on the fly now. Oh, I have 48 of those on me. I'm sorry. I'm bad at sorting my inventory. I normally cut this shit out. I'm trying to get better about sorting my inventory, actually. There we go. Now we're good to go. We have our Kopesh. We have Wormskin armor. We have some blood essence from draining our other weapons. We have some water and some food, denarii, merch, and 3 water talismans with some water purification tablets. Perfect. We're going to go ahead and just be ambitious here and set our fast travel marker really far away and hope that it works. Nice, fuck them plants. Yep, fun fact, protein bars are different from demoralizing protein rations. Oh. I might want to check that. Paradox Survivor and newer Sky Island versions funny because they have that bugger off power that just freezes someone in time for an hour and renders them immune to damage. That's really funny. Let's check these protein bars real quick. Yeah, the protein bars don't have the massive joy loss. That's actually pretty good to know. Because that massive joy loss is kind of hard to manage, to be honest. Happens to the best of us. Here's a good one. You got an impact site where the castle hangs above the plains and spills its demons into the land and kill the Archon within. You're doing better than me. I literally live in an unsorted pile of character loot. Ooh, black and white. I do not want to F with that. We do not F with black and whites. They are... they're not super strong, but they will root you to the ground. And if you don't kill them quickly, you will die. Dermatic. There's a funny bug, I don't know if it still exists, where Dermatics can one-shot you. They will plant something inside of your chest, and whenever it explodes, the code for the Dermatic egg being spawned is kill player. Not damage, just kill. That's a whole ass horde to the northwest of me. We're gonna go all the way down here, and then use that to go across. Pretty funny. By funny, I mean fucking terrible. Protein bars are just the ones you see at grocery stores and convenience stores. Protein rations are something that isolated people in prisons eat. Oh, true. Shadow snakes and shadow snakes. Yeah, shadow snakes are terrifying in Arcana mod. For sure. They're fine if you fight them during the day. I will say that. But if you fight them at night or in the darkness, you have lost your fight. Black pudding? Oh, I don't care. Ooh, hey, we're next to a swamp. I'm going to gather some food rations real quick. Because I can. And it'll save me on my much better protein bars. Do we have the cattail recipe? No. We need more survival. There's a really nice recipe for cattails that gives you the ability to make antiseptic out in the wild. Probably going to be a must whenever I do Innerwood. Because I will be doing Innerwood at some point, by the way. Canadian goose. Quick, stop my fast traveling. There's a Canadian goose, guys. And there's also that Quetzalcoatlus, which is actually more of a real problem and less of a joke than the Canadian goose. Is that the goose? Oh, that's a mallard. Once again, we need to kind of like go around this here. Because there's a bunch of zombies in the water. We're using auto move command in case you're not aware of it in order to dodge. Wait, is there no... Where'd all the zombies go? Okay, we're gonna pop up here. There's no turrets here. Mine countermine operations. Interesting. EOD face shield. EOD trousers. That'd be really funny to use. M24 rifle. Pretty expensive, but also pretty heavy. Take the cigarettes. I wonder if there was mines here and I just stepped right past them. I don't see any indication of mines, though. And we have really good perception. So we should be able to detect them. Glue and duct tape here. Lapua rounds. If we manage to find like a sniper rifle, that'd be super nice. Yeah, I don't think there was any... Oh, I should read this book and see if I actually care about bringing it with me. Mechanics are 2, devices 3. I don't care about either of those then. M24 is a kind of wild find. Insanely rare. Yeah. Love hope. You have a love-hate relationship with no hope. That's fair. Wait, where did they all go? That's a good question. Yeah, I actually really don't know. I assume they did the Wandering Horde thing. Unfold wings. Done this before. Leap over to there. Make sure we rest. We're on the other side. And wait, what's that? A survivor's camp. I don't want to get too distracted, but let's head there first. Siats. Whoa! Huge, predatory, bipedal dinosaur with long arms and long claws for... Okay, let's not and say we didn't. We also have 2 Pteranodons to the north. Okay, we need to... The Siats is to our south. Let's get out of there. It's much slower than us because we are a Raven folk. Okay, let's maybe not go to the survivor camp then. That's a lot of zombie dinosaurs. Does being zoomed out actually make me a Gozu? Oh, a Gozu. Yeah, crystal cluster. Okay, we have to go there. We have to go there. That's going to be nether creatures. We're going to save. Would totally use dinos if their texture pack wasn't totally borked. I have dinos. Oh, but I also have a special texture pack that has dinos in it, so... Feral PKer. He's a player killer in MMOs? No, he's PK Storm. It's a psychokinetic. Feral PKer sounds like a very bad thing, to be honest. But the Gozu won't be hostile until we get closer, and it does seem like the Gozu and the Psychic are fighting each other. So we're going to get close here. Oop, I saw it. Did you guys see it? For just a second there. Yeah, Strange Crystal! Strange Crystal! Yep. Oh, man. That's a really rare... Guys, you don't even understand. That is such a rare roll. That's such a rare roll to find a strange crystal. I have been, over the course of my time in Cataclysm and using Mind Over Matter for 900 hours, I have been to hundreds of strange crystal sites. I've never found an actual crystal laying on the ground. Oh, that's so good. I don't remember what white is, but we're just going to grab it no matter what it is. Paralyzing Visage, that's okay. We have Wormskin Armor. That'll do a significant number, and we'll cast the spell on this, and we'll also cast Conjure Acid on them. The Gozu won't be that bad. We'll actually activate the Ring of Fallen Angel, because I think it'll stop me from being affected by their powers, and we'll take them down with melee, because they should be worth a decent amount of experience. Yeah. We blew a lot of our resources to do that, but this is so worth it. Okay, this guy doesn't have anything on him. Seriously, I have never once found a crystal. Never once found a crystal at one of these sites. That is so fucking rare, guys. So fucking rare. I can't even... Especially because of No Hope. No Hope definitely hits items that are on the ground, right? Faint, glowing, white lights. Holding it, you feel pensive. Don't forget to turn off the ring. Thank you. The ring should have stopped them from being able to use their nether powers on me, so... Whew. Photokinetic is yellow, white is telepath? Is it telepath or telekinetic? Clairsentient is blue or green, because Hunter is a clairsentient. And it's his stone isn't white. Yeah, Clairsentient is green. Okay, there might be a bunch of zombies in the speedway here. So we're going to kind of edge towards the swamp, which will be more dangerous with dinosaurs and slimes. But it'll be... Dinosaurs are slow for the most part. So we'll turn safe mode back on real quick. We'll get some notification. Feral Dwarf, yeah. Panicked Person, yeah. We're starting to get to the semi-horde that is going to be over there. And okay, so we have a Utah Raptor to our north and a Migo to our west. Good point, game. I'm going to back off. That is a lot. You have no idea which one white is? Blue is teleporter, yeah. We'll check in a moment. I just don't want to do it out in the wild, okay? It's the reason why we haven't done it yet. You guys don't know, that is a crystal that will give me psionic powers, which I'm really excited about because all of the psionic powers got, they all got rebalanced with the 0.I. So most of the psionic powers are going to be relatively new to me. Like, they're going to do slightly different things. Do we have? No, we don't. We need to have Camellioflage on right now because we're about to be in danger. Okay, let's take this slow. Oh, hey, there's fuel right there. Something to keep in mind. Okay, let's go along the backside. Turn safe mode back on. Safe mode. Turn off that real quick. I know I'm zoomed really far out, but I'm very worried. Sorry. Watch guards, northwest. They won't get in our way. The full queen. Go ahead and turn off safe mode because it's not letting me past. What's that? Wetsuit hood. Something's north of us. Just 3 zombies. We already have our torpedo. What is that? Oversized trapdoor spider. A brown mutant spider the size of a dog with a bulbous thorax, big eyes, and oversized fangs. Just sprung its trap on us. Didn't do a lot of damage, but I think it did poison us. Yeah. That's new to me. Don't know if it's new in the game. I don't like that I'm poisoned, but these zombies have already seen me. Okay, let's crouch down in here and take, like, 30 minutes to let the pain wear off and the poison to wear off. Poison is a problem. You honestly, you have insane luck to get this one, just of how fitting it is. Should I just do it now? Let's do it. Okay, let's put our weapon away. And I'm gonna quick save because this can be buggy sometimes. They aren't new, just rare and specific to certain map spawns. Strange white crystal. You need to wield before activating it. Screw you. Wield. I love that. Love the look of the crystals now. They're so nice now. You gaze into the strange crystal and the light slowly grows brighter. In the lights, you can see yourself standing there, holding a glowing crystal. And then there's a flare of light as you close your eyes against its intensity. Your heart pounds, and you manage to open up your eyes again. The crystal is dark. What? I didn't know that they can fail. Is that new? What the hell? Did it destroy the crystal? Well, it gave me a black crystal. Guess there's something there. There's some wasp guards in the distance. How far away are they? Really far away. Well, that's a little lame. It's new compared to 0.H. Huh. It can always fail. Never seen it before? I've never failed a single time. Yeah. Remember when I said it's a lot more arbitrary now? Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't 0.H, I've just never failed. And I mean, I've had, I don't know, 25, 30 characters. The more power types you have, the harder it is to unlock it to a new type. Yeah, that's definitely different. I don't have any power types. I'm actually not a clairsentient. I don't have camelliaflage. I just have the knack. So it doesn't actually count. Because like if you look through my talents here, I don't actually have the light bending psionic. Well, now that we can't get it anymore, Aerom, which one was it out of curiosity? Which power set was it? Because you said it was appropriate, so I'm really wondering if it was the light bending one. But I thought the light bending was yellow. I really want to say that light bending was yellow. It's easier to activate your powers when you're in another attuned areas during a storm or something. Interesting. Biokinetic. Oh, damn it! That would have been cool. That would have been cool. It's really tempting to just story mode that, because that was just such a rare occurrence. But it's fine. We'll find another one. There's a magic shop in town here. Very unfortunate. Very, 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 very unfortunate. Biokinetic would have been perfect. It's either that or photokinetic are the ones that, you know, I was kind of hoping for, right? Because photokinetic as a rogue would have been very cool. Ooh. Ooh. Isherwood Stables. That's fun. Hey! That's an Arcana structure. So we have another Arcana church up in the distance there. Oh, hey! That's another one. Let's go ahead and name these Arcana so we can find them in the future. While we're out here, we'll hit both of those as well. I should actually search for those real quick. So it's called a ruin. So there's one there. Okay. Make sure that none of these cabins around us are Magiclysm cabins. I don't think they're going to be, because the Magiclysm cabins are normally out in the middle of nowhere instead of in the woods. I'll say you can spawn in another since you didn't know how it worked, but you need to find proper place to activate it. I'm not thinking on that. I'm not thinking on that. Biokinetic would have been very, very cool. You seen the Strange Grove from Arcana yet? They're my favorite Arcana location. If you go to one, you'll find out why. Yeah, I have seen all of the groves. I've seen all of the basic locations that can start. So like the Tier Structure, the Strange Grove, the Flying Castle, the Cultist, Blood Cultist place, of course, the Sanguinist Cultist place. It's because it's part of the Seeker of the Arcane start. So I've seen all 4 of those, but I haven't seen any other Arcana locations except for these ruins. These ruins are guarded by something, usually, but they almost always have 1 magic item and a couple books in them. Like, guaranteed. So we definitely want to hit that. The guard can sometimes be pretty scary, though. Yeah, look at that. It teleported me on top of dinosaurs. I need to find a proper place to activate it. Okay. So I need to find... Wait, so here's a question, Aerom. If I had activated that in the crystal cluster, would I have had a higher chance of learning powers? Because seriously, in 0.H, if you activate a crystal, it's a 100% chance to learn a power. I don't even think there's a failure chance there. I've never had a failure. So if the chance to fail exists, it must be really low in 0.H. Biokinetic would have been so perfect, guys. You can't even understand. Biokinetic would have been literally... It's literally body mutation. It's body control. It's exactly what we would be expecting from a character like this. Just kind of fast traveling to our location here. Some ponds. There's a portal. Portal's far enough away that it won't be a problem for us. Don't forget that portals are actually valuable to us because we can... Ooh, there's people here. Yes, but no. It does work at crystal clusters, but I think it has to be actual world spawned ones. World spawn ones, not the random ones. Oh, so you mean like, because that was a random encounter, right? It needs to be, we have another one somewhere. Oh, hey. Yeah, we have an actual crystal outcropping over here. So it would need to be like this, right? It needs to be the crystal outcropping, not the crystal cluster. Man, I can't believe we got a crystal, which is one of the rarest things you can get, and then we didn't get a power from it. Oh, that is... It's just like whiplash. Because this is not like a full run and it's more of a story mode thing, there's a really good chance that we just end up with biokinetic powers. Okay. I don't remember if I saved, so we're going to save real quick. It looks like I did save. Because I don't know what is going on here. We have reached our destination. Are they hostile? No, but they are all wielding Wraith Slayer crossbows. Hot damn. We definitely found some Arcanists. Mage Hunters. Ooh. If not for Thane McKinnon's orders, I would slay you where you stand. What do you want? What is this place? An old church, it seems. Best place we could find for shelter. Who are you people? Our order's purpose was to hunt down threats like those of your order. Keep that in mind while you're here. Adelaide thinks that they can go fuck themselves, but keeps quiet. They have Wraith Slayer crossbows. They would kill us instantly. I'm not here to fight you. He just spits. Let's just see if that's true. Anything I can help with? No. Well, bye. So he said McKinnon. Oh, we do not feel safe here. We do not feel safe here. Let's talk to their leader. Wielding a quarterstaff. Greetings. I know who you are, or were, a follower of the path to power. For what purpose have you come here? Before all of this started, it was an old parish church. Many of our sanctums took the form of any church. Hof, or other... What's a Hof? I think that's a typo. Or other such sympathetic place to our cause. I'd known the priest here for years, and he sheltered us many times, despite the heathen nature of many of us, including myself. This was a natural choice on realizing how dire the situation was, though we found the place abandoned at some point during the chaos. What do you mean by heathen? Our order was composed of people from various religions, not only Abrahamic ones of various sorts, but those that would be considered pagan, Asatruan in my case. Over time, our practices mingled, a shared influence, affecting our approach to the arcane. What approach is that? There are many approaches to handling these forces. Some have chosen recklessness, as though it is a drug to be abused. Others, superstitious faith and worship of powers that do not belong in our world. We seek to study these anomalies cautiously and keep others safe from more dangerous artifacts if we must. If it means containment or destruction, so be it. I prefer to instead teach others how to handle such safely, for caution is a lesson many learn the hard way, and very few survive such experiences. You could have rolled terribly on the dice and you'll never be able to become cyclically attuned? Haha, debug menus exist. It's an arbitrary stat, very hard to figure out that it randomizes it even further. Look for doctor offices for a specific machine, mind over matter, add something to you to determine how attuned you are, being physically capable. Interesting. All right. Why didn't you attack me? You had to have known what you were walking into. Either you are here to make peace, or else there is a trick at play here. If so, know that we are watching. For now, for what purpose have you come here? You're correct. I'm not here for a fight. So I see. If you are here with honest intent, I can guide you. Let us set things right. Okay. Is there anything I can do to help? We have been working on fortifying this location and trying to regain contact with any others of our order, but mundane methods alone may not be sufficient. I asked that you obtain something known as a bone charm, carved from the bones of some of the more otherworldly creatures now infesting the world. If you wish, I'll explain what purpose this serves. I know it's a strange request, as is asking that you make it yourself, but I feel that adding your own personal touch to it may prove a useful learning experience, as every talisman worked from bones of otherworldly creatures reflect the nature of its maker. Not a problem. I've actually made these before. There's a perk you can grab called Latent Scion to always succeed on the very first attempt. It also makes this you a very high attunement. You should always grab it. You will screw yourself up over you don't. I find it kind of lame. Yeah. Dislike that you can fail on the very first one. I also dislike that you can fail on the very first one, because I basically rolled a nat 20 twice in order to be able to get a random encounter that has a crystal in it, and then rolled a nat 1 to fail the gaining of powers. Huh. Having a latent prion is different than having a latent scion. That's funny. I didn't catch that. I said latent prion. Do you have anything to trade? The entrance and kitchen have a handful of things you may use if you are in need. Beyond that, we don't have much to spare, but I will offer what I can. We've taken to using measured blanks of gold in lieu of currency, which we use for repairing some of our items. The others can vouch for the purity and the weight. Oh, cool. They sell stuff. I don't think... Hey guys, do you remember if have I read the Cleansing Flame yet? Because that teaches some Arcana recipes. I don't remember if I read it though. I wish there was a way to tell if I've read it. That teaches us Hammer the Hunter. That's really useful because that allows us to break items. It also teaches us Druidic Staff, which allows us to repair items. I think it would have been red if we hadn't run it. Yeah, the book's blue. I'm an idiot. I'm used to Magiclysm books that are always blue. So I forgot that yeah, it's the correct thing. Okay, so golden scales. That's their currency, right? Yeah, that's their currency. Do I have anything I can sell to them? There's some cigarettes. How much is the golden scale worth? 25. Okay. Let's not worry about it then. Unsurprisingly, They don't have any blood essence. Yeah, Butch is blue means I've read it. Yeah, yeah. Am I allowed back here? Looks like so. Just trying to checking. Oh, these aren't owned. I can just take this. It's not stealing. If you didn't know, hold on, let me show you. Up here where it says material volume, length, etc., it would say owned by. You actually can see it if I go to this lady real quick. Not yet. Trade. Yeah, it says owner cleansing flame. So if you're ever concerned on whether picking something up would be stealing or not, you can always go with that. Like, for example, oh, no one owns these books. Is the cleansing flame worth a lot? Not really. That's funny. She's selling the cleansing flame, but I could just take it. Okay, so they want us to... I need to make a bone charm. So bone charms are actually pretty easy to make. We've actually even made one before. So we just need a Krat Knuckle Bone, Crystalline Fang, Monstrous Fang, or Twisted Bones. The Krat Knuckle Bone we can get from the basic nether creatures. I forgot what they're called right now. These guys are chill as hell. Don't even give you some food for free. Yeah, there's a portal over here. Portals are pretty fucking dangerous, to be honest. Isherwood Stables. The Isherwood Farms is the farm I'm thinking about, right? Don't actually say what it is in case people don't know, but it is the farm I'm thinking about, right? That has the thing there, the really big thing. That's the Isherwood Farms, right? The Lovecraft thing. Okay, we're going to save again now that we're done talking to them, and we'll check out this portal, and hopefully we can find some basic nether creatures near this portal. There's a silent one. Okay, let's turn off our psionics. Silent ones are kind of terrifying. It's a closed portal. Okay. So the silent one got out, but nothing else. I've learned recently that the silent one will hunt down people who are concentrating on psionics. It literally tore me to pieces in another run. In a solo run. Well, we can find a bunch of Arcana items at these ruins. So let's just go there. Actually done nothing with Isherwood Farms. But a portal count isn't their attuned location? That's a good question, Aerom. Does a portal count? You don't know anything about Isherwood Farms either? Oh! Demon Spiderling. What? It's really damn close as well. Can we kill a Demon Spiderling?
Ouch.
Yes. Well, anyone who's been watching Hunter knows that this is worth our time. Demon Chitin is very good. I really need to change my sound pack. The ouch was just really weird. Now let's go to Isherwood Farms. See if it's the place that I'm thinking of. Don't think a portal counts. Not actually sure. Doesn't seem like random encountered locations count. Okay. If the Isherwood Farms is the place I'm thinking of, then it'll be pretty incredible for what we want to do. We'll be able to figure it out pretty fast, though. It'll be out in the field, if this is the one I'm thinking of. What? There's just an Exodi crash pod here? pictographic signpost. The simple scrap metal sign has a series of pictographs on it depicting what seems to be a trade interaction. There's a crude but understandable map beneath it. What? I've never seen anything like this. Zodi are not hostile, usually. We can't talk to the Zodi worker. Metal wall. Any of its... None of it's a secret wall. Press against it? Huh. Is there anything above? At least one story tall. You studied the signpost. You do your best to... Oh! Beneath the pictures there's crude but understandable map with arrows pointing to some kind of castle. You do your best to relate to those landmarks you know and mark the likely location on your map. That just told me where the Azodi is. And then failed to spawn the Azodi... God damn it! That's genuinely annoying. That's really getting annoying. Yep, there's no coordinates for the... What is wrong with my terrain generation that it won't spawn fucking anything? Okay. Well. Guess we'll mess with that later. Is this a Arcana church? No, it's not. Also, this appears to not be the farms. This is not the Cthulian farm. More map fixing. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna debug spawn it in again. In case you weren't here for earlier in the stream, I spawned in the refugee center during episode 1. And then whenever we went there, we found out that we accidentally, by sheer insane chance, spawned the refugee center. By the way, we spawned the refugee center off the side of the map. We could see the roads, but nothing else, right? And by sheer fucking insane chance, we spawned the refugee center directly on top of Transcoast Logistics. Just wild shit. Wild shit. Okay, so let's see. Let's not make this too easy for ourselves. Forge of Wonders is way off this direction. Refugee Center is way off this direction. So why don't we spawn it way off this direction? I don't like that I can't see stuff in the distance there. What do you guys think? Should I spawn it nearby, somewhere where I know it's not going to fuck things up, or should I spawn something really far away? That's so sad. Usually means you've seen too much of the map cluster. I have not seen too much of this map cluster. There is plenty of spawnable land in this map cluster still. Did you change city density? This is default settings. Because you can't fuck with the settings that much anymore, so I figured I'd just go ahead and left them default. Yeah, let's go ahead. Map. No, that's not the right thing. Map. Spawn map. Nope, I was right the first time. Over map editor. And place over map special is S and it's Zodi. Zodi base. Near, it's better to know that you're not overlapping. Maps count as seen sometimes. Actually, so this is how it works. Now that I have something spawned, all of this yellow area is area that can't spawn new encounters and you can't edit it, okay? So this is all of the parts that I've been to on the map. This is everywhere that I have been. Everywhere else on the map should have been a viable spawn location. So the fact that it fucked up in spawning it is just insane. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. And the reason I know that is because I've really tinkered with this before. Really, really tinkered with this. Okay, well, it'll be inconvenienced to be near this giant city that we can't pass through, right? And this is pretty damn far north from the refugee center. So I think I'm Yeah, it's nice that it shows that. Yeah, it's because I can place it here. It just will break if I place it in here. It won't spawn any of the NPCs because we've seen it before, etc., etc. I spent a lot of time on this system. I'm thinking about spawning it across the river here, like maybe here, right? Far enough away from town that it doesn't fuck with town, because you can see the roads over there, so you can see where town is. Far enough from the river that doesn't mess with the river, and it's pretty far away from everything else. I have placed more than one in Zodi. That's not true, but okay. Oh, the Zodi has a new texture. Very nice. I could go through and make a bunch of roads that go to it, but that's fine. We don't need them. That's really cool, though. I've never found one of these before, even though it didn't freaking work. Keep in mind, we are on experimental. Okay, so it's fine. I'm not begrudging the game that it didn't work. It is annoying, though, that we've had 3 of them not work. Yeah, I've messed with map editing a lot because whenever I'm running a YouTube series and something fucks up, I need to be able to fix it. That's just, frankly, the truth. We should do the church second. If you know, you know. Don't tell people why. But we're going to go do this one first. Something made my ears ring. Probably some sort of dinosaur. Okay. We're getting close now, so we'll turn on safe mode and walk up to it. And yes, that's lava. So we need to be careful. There's the front door. Okay. Again, I'm terrified, so we're going to go ahead and save. Zodi doesn't normally have roads. They literally are implied that it just appeared. You can usually find them in forests and fields with nothing leading to them. That's fair. Sweet little riverside scenic bit of real estate for them, the Zodi, to pick. Yep. Never mess with map editing. Yeah, it's not that hard, actually. The biggest thing that you need to know if you ever mess with map editing, so if you go to map and over map editor, and then what was the command again? Special. So the biggest thing you need to know is the name of things, right? So if you tried to spawn something magic, and you didn't know what a small magic field was, or the augmentation clinic, or anything like this, if you didn't know what it was, it's pretty dangerous to spawn it, right? But I will say, for example, if I wanted to do this and spawn a wizard tower, right? What you actually can do, for example, if you're in 0.h and there's a bug that's not spawning wizard towers, this is going to be some revealing on how I do Hunter sometimes and some other things. I can actually spawn this anywhere that's not one of these yellow tiles, and this would work. Whenever we go there, it would be a fully functional wizard tower POI, because we've never been to it. We've never revealed that part of the map. So it's fully functioning, right? And if you want to be fair to yourself, you can spawn things like wizard towers and dojos and stuff like that, that maybe you're not finding farther in town, so that it's still a challenge to get to, right? And now that I've said all that, if you go back and look at my series, every once in a while you can see me look at the map, and every once in a while my map changes a little bit, because in 0.8 right now, the exact version that I'm using has a bug with map generation that I can't quite figure out, where wizard towers, magic shops, magic academies have never spawned. Never. In any of my runs. They spawned back in Aiden's run, but ever since Aiden, so both with Joshua and with Hunter, none of them have ever spawned ever again, no matter how big the city is. And I have actually used map view commands to see the whole city, just to make sure I'm not just missing them. And no, their entire city goes and you never find a single one. So I've actually been placing them myself really deep in the city so that they're hard to get to. But that, like, most cities will have one academy, one shop, and like 2 or 3 towers. So that's what I've been limiting myself to. But I want the content of going to those places. So I did it myself. Ruined Shrine. Soon as I opened, the terrifying visage. Well, let's try that sentence again. The terrifying visage of the blood sacrifice paralyzes you. These guys back here just managed to paralyze me for a couple turns, and 2 dementias came in and smacked me. I'm going to go ahead and move out of the vision range of those blood sacrifices, and we need to deal with these dementias. I don't think the dementias are too scary. They're kind of just enhanced zombies. Okay, that many of them is a bit of a problem, though. We're going to go ahead and blow one of them up with the acid. Take this other one down. Ooh! Okay, that actually did a lot of damage to me. If I take any more damage to my head... Ooh, that's a new book. Nice. If I take any more damage to my head, I think I will go ahead and use a Water Talisman. But I think right now, the Water Talisman would be overkill. I'm overheating. Oh, I'm too close to the lava. Shit. Let's, cast Cloak of Chill? We can't. Do we have anything to work on our... We don't. We need, like, a deck of cards or something? So that we can work on our focus out in the wild. Let's just wait a few minutes to get a little bit less warm. Eat some barnacles. Yeah, I think I was taking damage from the lava. Raikon had that problem. He spawned a bunch of towers surrounding the refugee center. Yeah. Sit's Pillars is a really good one too. Yes. Sit's Pillars is one of the better ones, but I think I can't understand. Oh, I can understand it. That's right. Okay, cool. Yeah, Sit's Pillars gives us a lot of the really nice spells, like all of the scrolls and stuff like that. It also gives us pattern scrolls, which will give us the ability to permanently learn some stuff. Very excited to have gotten Sit's Pillars. But there is going to be a magic item in there, so we're going to... let's lose a Water Talisman. That brings our head nearly to full. And we're not going to worry about crushing down those corpses. We do want to kill these. Knucklebones! That's exactly what we needed, guys. We also can refill our Khopesh and our Wormskin armor with the blood essence we're getting here. And let's see. History of Alchemy we already have. History of Alchemy already... So someone said something about these books being good to disassemble. We'll take the apprentice notes, actually. That's nice. You salvage materials from History of Alchemy. I think we failed to salvage anything. I was hoping I could get, like, essences or something like that from them. Oh, I did get one essence from them. Okay. Let's see. Book of Philosophy, Master of the Unknown. We'll take these as well. We should probably disassemble instead. And, okay. Let's save again, because this might go very badly. Sometimes wonder if some toys pseudo-planned... wonder if some POIs are pseudo-planned because found an apartment room with 2 feral goblins. Both had wedding rings. That's cute. Dark Lance. I'm wondering how many broken memory cards are... If you find good buildings full of them, you can basically get every book. True. Wedding rings are super common on goblins. Also true. Dark Lance is a ridiculous spell, and I love it very much. They give concentrated essence, as you can see in the item description. Okay, so I didn't get any. Yeah, that's right. I can always disassemble. Requires fire nearby and might yield Sitsy Dull Essence. Can I just disassemble them? Oh, I need a fire nearby. Okay, I'll do that later. Let's pull out our crowbar. Bash this down. Oh, I can't bash that down with a crowbar. Can I disassemble it? Nope. I don't really want to use my Khopesh. Guess I have to. There's a Jade Wreath. And there it is. A summoned Shoggoth. A gargantuan protoplasmic blob, constantly reshaping, forming new pseudopods, seemingly at will. All over its body are eyes that form and disappear. The rapid and chaotic way it reconstitutes itself gives the very impression of it boiling over with some kind of primordial fury. But fortunately, as we've seen before with the dragon, there's some glowing candles around it. So it is currently not a threat to us. Take the door down. Step inside. we had a crowbar, we could pry open these coffins. And there's sometimes stuff that we can get in them. But I would like to try something. So I will say that I've killed this before. Do they have the summon tag? They are a summoned monster. Man, if we had Dispel right now, that'd be really funny. It'd be really, really funny. We can smash the coffins. Okay, I'll do that in a second. Good call. It's made out of stone, though. We might not be able to break them, but we'll try. But I have killed one of these before with a gun, because you can fire over the candle, but we can't fire anything that requires line of effect. So the Wormskin armor doesn't work. The Khopesh probably will, but before that, I want to use the Wand of Hoary Blast, and we're going to back up a little bit. Look at that. That did some damage. We can just empty this wand onto it. It's disposable. Voila! Oh my god, look how much experience! Look how much experience it gave us! It over-leveled us 572 experience. Worth. Fucking worth. Okay, we'll go ahead and grab Hemophage then. Blood of the Life, that is. Oh. And now we can take down the glowing candle, grab the glyph, and grab the shit that it had. Is my wand done? I have 2 more charges. Damn. Damn. And that's what you get from knowing how this game works. Let's see. Nails, planks, silver. Yeah, like I said. Some of these are really nice. Apprentices notes. Because they bury their people in here. Sets pillars. Yeah. The coffins. Secretly quite good. Huge advice on smashing them down. Nothing in these. Nothing in these. Yeah. And then I should be able to just make a bone shard. Yep. Put it back into our inventory. And we can go turn in that mission eventually. Delete the note, because we're not going to be coming back. I think we'll turn in the mission first, because we're kind of injured. And, you know what? No, let's go to the church. I already know what's going to be in the church, but that also means that I know that the top levels of the church is not going to be terribly dangerous. It'll just be some zombies. So we can go to the top level of the church and use the nearby river and stuff like that to replenish our water and everything. Wand of Hoary Blast is one of the better items because Fireball does way too much environmental damage. True. It does feel weird to summon a Shoggoth, given the fact that Shoggoths are closer being something like a golem than a cosmic being. True. Pull out the Khopesh. Make sure we rest up because we're overweight. And I know that there's going to be zombies in here, so we're going to drop our bag at the door so that we can go wild. I also don't want it to break. Oh, man. 37 out of 45. There we go. There's a greatcoat here. That's made out of... Oh, it's wool, not leather. Not too many zombies this time. That's good. Crush down the corpses in this first room here. Let's clear the rest of the place out. This actually wouldn't have been a bad place for a base, to be honest. Path of Sword and Hammer. It's a martial arts book. Very nice. We don't have our backpack on us. We can't loot any of this. We're finished clearing the place out first. Stats are pretty low right now, though. No, we'll be fine. There's nothing dangerous up top here. Go ahead and pour some... Apparently, I got rid of my water bottle at some point. Oops. I'm have to find another one here, though. Pudding knife. Ooh. Ooh. What? Zombie summoner. That's new. This zombie stands straight up and moves with purposeful motions. Its gaze sweeping its surrounding as it moves. As it looks, nearby zombies also turn to look the same direction for a moment. Well, so much for basic zombies. We're gonna back up, put our backpack back on, and we're gonna blow that guy up with prejudice. Summoners are fucked. Thankfully, you're not in town. Sword and Hammer is the other Arcana art. Yep. I'm probably not going to use it, but I would like to at least learn it. Wasn't impressed with the martial art, but then again, I'm fully invested in whips. Yeah. It's not as good as Talons for sure. It does have some cool stuff, though. I will say the cool thing about the Sword and Hammer art, I don't have it on me anymore. The cool thing about the Sword and Hammer art is you get resistances for knowing the art, like permanent resistances. Like you just get tankier for knowing it, which I think is really cool. Now, mind you, I don't think they gave it enough tankiness, in my opinion, because in order to be worth like doing. But it is still very cool that that's a thing that people have done, right? We need a water bottle on someone to get water so that we can cure some water. Take the tramadol. Okay, let's kill this summoner with prejudice. Also, a little worried that Aerom is scared of them, so we're going to save again. We haven't died yet this stream, but I kind of gotten close. Once we get close enough that he can see us. Can we cast Point Flare? No. Prejudice. Well, that didn't do very much damage. He walked through it a bit. There we go. I don't know how dangerous that guy was, but we'll never find out. Those are new. I've never run into a zombie summoner before. That's cool. Always happy to see a new type of zombie. Okay, so this is the door that we're not going to bother with. We can go ahead and do this. Still can't break it open. It's really annoying. We need a better crowbar. So down here is going to be the stuff that we're not going to mess with while we're in a bad condition like this. We need to be in a much better condition to deal with that. We'll go ahead and move this body, and we'll close the door here. So this place is not complete, for sure. Yeah, they're brand new. Easily my least favorite enemy now. More dangerous the more zombies they have around them. That makes sense. I assume they, like, command zombies or something like that, right? They, like, organize them. Because that's really cool. And it's kind of... I keep pressing caps lock. It's kind of like what they're indicating with that. I don't want to carry all of this with me. How long would it take me to learn this? Understood by beginners. Okay, so that shouldn't take too long to learn. We're going to learn this for Twitch, so I don't have to carry it with me, because it's a really heavy book. Well, it's way worse than that. You'll find out in time. Oh, cool. This will also give us time for our pain to drop off. Never mind, I just noticed that we're very dehydrated. We should probably get moving. Hey, saline eye drops are actually useful. There's part of a farm silo here. Sometimes there's useful stuff here. Nope. What? Okay. There's definitely more zombies there than whenever I got there. I'm guessing that's what the zombie summoner did. Holy shit. That's a lot more zombies than whenever we first got here. They can pull a whole city to your immediate area if it's not targeted down fast. Yeah, generally speaking, by the way, we sometimes ban people for spoilers. That's not bad enough, but like, you know, don't spoil stuff, even if it means that I might get myself killed. I find this game very fun to learn, and it's been more than a year since I've learned something new about monsters in this game, so I'm pretty excited about learning about new monsters and stuff. I appreciate no spoilers. This is so many fucking more zombies than there were before. Holy shit. No kidding, it summons things. I think I would have figured this out on my own, haven't given a second to do so after seeing that there was suddenly a shit ton of zombies outside. And for the record, a ban on YouTube just makes it so you can't talk for the day. It's not like that big of a deal. It's a run ruiner if it shows up near your house. Yeah, that's very cool. I like the idea of more dangerous zombies, to be honest. It is a little concerning that it showed up on June 3rd, which is like not very far into the apocalypse, but it also might be because of the location. Like, oop, that's a runner. A runner with a Denarius. Thank you. Why is there a shocker zombie? How far away did it summon these zombies from? Holy shit. I just went through these woods a moment ago with absolutely no issues. There's some water here. Ooh, what's this say? Okay. Bunch of math. That was decorative plants. I was hoping that was going to be carrots. Can I drink this? I can probably drink a little bit of it. At least to get back off of dehydrated. Bunch of zombies down here. I think because of my move speed, yeah, I can take them down pretty easily. Check something real quick on the side. There we go. Very nice. Okay. Yeah, I want to get back and get this quest turned in, and then we're sitting on 3.5 hours, so after we turn in this quest and see... Holy shit, there are so many zombies out here now. Did I just miss them all of before? Or are all of these because of that summoner? Because that's... If this is all because of that summoner, this is wild. Summoner? Barely know her. Yuck, yuck. Wow. You know, we've banned for worse. Sorry, we've banned for less. Let's go through the woods. Speaking of, I'm going to grab some birch bark while I'm out here. Nope, it's pine boughs, not birch bark. Grab some pine boughs. That'll let us make more water talismans in the future. I think they tuned it down in more random updates, but yeah, the summoners are no joke. Banner? I barely know her. Yeah, this is wild. I'm really glad that I got out of there when I did, and that we didn't explore the lower levels. Because that would have gotten very dangerous very fast. Hey, multivitamins. I probably need some right now. I do. Hey, one of these fields. I love fighting things in these fields. Pretty safe to do so. Some zombies in the southwest. There's no way that there was this many zombies and I just missed every single group of them. This is literally fucking wild. And we are so incredibly overweight. Okay. Theoretically, we should be far enough away from where all those zombies are being summoned by now. It's truly ridiculous. I haven't seen one of those yet. They seem nuts. Glad they're finally new Z-types to rival the Necromancer and the Master, though. Yeah. I also hear that in newer versions, the Zombie Lich has finally gotten the ability to cast spells in Magiclysm. Really excited to run into one of those and get blown up instantaneously. Okay. There were a handful of fat zombies and bloated zombies before, so this is normal. Go ahead and use Conjure Acid on that guy to pop him, because we don't want him anywhere near us. We don't want to use Conjure Acid anytime soon, though, because we have Magical Sign Exertion. How are we doing on cut weapons, actually? It's only level 1 cut weapons. That's funny. Does this count as a cut weapon? Yeah, it's mostly cut. I will say that's something I wish Cataclysm had, is that, like... So let me show you what I'm talking about here. So if I go into here, I go all the way to the bottom, it says quarterstaves, shivs, short swords, whips, medium swords, long swords, etc., right? But nowhere on a weapon does it tell you what it is. You kind of just have to guess. I wish that you could just, like, have a thing that says, hey, this is a longsword and a fencing weapon. The fact that you have to literally guess has always bothered me. Yeah, I'm kind of like wondering now, do we have we don't have that anymore. We can contrast it again. It's okay if I hit myself a tiny bit. I'm not near the center. I wonder how many of these zombies are things that I just somehow missed before, and how many of them were summoned by the Necro Summoner. We'll put away our sword. Just kind of roleplay a little bit here. I'm also going to head straight to the back and grab this plastic bottle, some water in it, and activate some water purification tablets. Let's see how long that's going to... Oh, I never looked at the Jade Wreath. I don't know what that does. Okay, purifying. It will take 39 minutes. Okay, we'll be fine then. Jade Wreath, a crown of dark green stone with strange geometric patterns carved into it. Activating will harden the body against heat and smoke, consuming blood essence while it's in effect. That's really cool. Very useful, actually. Does it have armor? It has a little bit. Is it durable? Mutated, strapped, oversized, does not fit you, cannot be refitted. Worn simultaneously with power armor. That's silly. Does not hinder special attacks that involve mutant or cybernetic armor. Interesting. Might as well wear it, right? Does it get in the way? It doesn't get in the way of anything. Does it look silly? I think it might look silly. Hide. It doesn't get in the way of anything, and does it have, like, any encumbrance? Oh, it's 10 encumbrance. Let's take it off. Never mind. Modern experimental fits that. Yeah, but modern experimental breaks Arcana, so we can't do anything. At least it tells you if you have the martial art already. That's nice. Weapons will now say what category they're now. That's really nice. I'm so glad they changed that. It's been years that needs to be a thing. Found unreasonably early zombie master once, and it was hidden inside a garage that I paused next to for 5 minutes to catch my breath. Only noticed he was there when a skeletal Hulk Kool-Aid man. Yeah? Like an axe will say they are great axes and hooked weaponry, for example. That's amazing. Martial arts are a different thing than normal martial arts. You can use those on friends. The marital arts, what? Oh, it'll tell you at least if you have a marital art. That's funny. Okay, let's talk to this lady. How goes the hunt and the craft? Have you found what we seek? Yep, here it is. It gave me 2 golden scales. So that's 50 currency in their monies. Wonderful. I'll have things set up shortly, and the others have been working on securing the place even further. There is much to be done, but this allows us to prepare some other conveniences we've been setting up outside. And I have more I'd like you to do. Glad to help. Tell me about it. This should be a simple matter, though I hope you'll find the journey tolerable. I have occasionally visited the local refugee center to trade for essential tools and supplies, but I will be needed here for some time being, and the others have been busy gathering supplies and continuing constructions. We have made arrangements for delivery of supplies, but every so often we have to send inventory of what we need and what we have to offer. Could you simply Wow, words, mouth, speak, yes. Could you simply deliver this to their merchant and return the receipt they usually write up? Sure. And they gave me 20 trade scales. I assume those trade scales are not real ones. Trade arrangements. So I'm guessing I have to keep those 20 scales because if I spend them, I'm basically spending their money? Question mark? I actually want an answer on that one. Can you teach me any spells? There's a few magic signs I could pass on to you. Since you've aided us, I could teach you the use of Heat Ward, Poison Armor, or Ward Against Evil if you don't already know them. I will need a given amount of golden scales to cover the materials and essences that goes into copying these secrets into a form others can use. Well, Heat Ward's obvious, but what can you tell me about Poison Armor? It guards the body against toxins of nearly any sort. Poison gas, venom from mutant beasts. I've seen it even ease the sign of radiation sickness. Oh, you would need 3 golden scales to cover the cost materials. Try not to spend them. You can keep some if you negotiate a good deal. Okay. So how many do I have that aren't the trade scales? I have 24. I'm going to learn this. Because poison armor sounds amazing. Because, like, if you're about to pop a poison zombie, right? You can just snap your fingers, right? And, you know, prevent yourself from getting poison gassed. Heat Ward also sounds nice, right? Stopping from immersion flamed. Protects against overheating and smoke inhalation. I think the poison ward is more interesting to me. Oh, but we can learn what Ward Against Evil does, because that's what our ring does. This is sacred protection spell against otherworldly influences, things that draw attention from beyond, or instability on the victim, likely the most common example. Okay. So instability and draw attention from beyond. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and learn Poison Armor. You have learned the sign Poison Armor. You know, I saw that these have experience, so they level from being used. Need a survivor mask to handle gas and stuff, thanks to that beak. Actually, with Poison Armor, I don't need a survival mask, because it says that it protects against toxic gas. Oh, I see what you're saying. So not needing is very nice. Yeah, it really is. It's really, really nice. And I don't plan on going Storm Shaper or Magus, so I wouldn't have access to the 2 spells that Storm Shaper and Magus have in order to prevent gas as well. That's a big deal. I really like that. We're gonna go ahead and put that in our favorites, because we're getting up there enough that we need to make favorites now. Chilling Touch, Camelliaflage, Better Climb. Hardened Senses is okay. Do you have anything new to trade? No. How much do you want to buy these books for? Because now I have a reason to get golden scales. Because now the golden scales teach me spells. We can disassemble this into essence. I think I care more about the essence. Yeah, I think I care more about the essence. Do these disassemble into essence? Yeah. Essence means that we can make that means we can make water talismans, and we'll be able to survive encounters. But I think I care more about the essence than selling them these manuals. Can we disassemble this into essence? No. So we might as well just learn this, and we can sell it for a bunch of money then. Definitely a sensitive sinus is where if you walk through dust or such, being very likely to see a sneeze, but also can overwrite fungal infection if that's what causes you to sneeze. That'd be cool. You have learned via Gladium Malio. That's hard to say. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. So buff to each battle word. If you have 2 melee and 5 arcana, you just get electric armor, fire armor, cold armor, and it stacks up to 3 times. You can get Pursuit Sword, which gives you armor penetration on swords. You can get extra block, obviously. See, those are more normal, getting block and dodge and stuff like that. But I've never seen armor penetration and just straight up actual defenses as part of a martial arts. That's just really cool. Now, mind you, we have cut penetration on Shrite's Talons, right? But we don't have enough Arcana for that yet. But no, that hammer school is really good for, like, if I ever play a like a paladin, for example. We'll go ahead and trade her in golden scales. So how many does that put us at? Do we have enough? Yeah, so we have 5 spendable golden scales. Go ahead and learn another spell from her. And I want to learn Heat Ward. There we go. So now we also have Heat Ward, which will significantly help if we go to any of these ruins, for example, by the way, because these always have lava in them, and the lava is always a little bit of a problem. Okay, something else I want to do before we end for today is I've been thinking about it the whole time, right? Shrite's Talons might be strictly better, but I prefer Atmalio for the purposes of general versatility. Yeah, defensive buffs stack pretty well if you attack fast. That's cool. So if you weren't here in the earlier parts of the stream, we rolled some serious ridiculousness. We basically rolled a nat 20 twice. We rolled a nat 20 to be able to find a crystal cluster encounter, which are pretty damn rare. At least they are in my experience. I've been playing this 0.I on my own time for about 20 hours, and I haven't run into one. And then on top of it, we ran into a crystal inside of the crystal cluster, a psionic crystal. In my 900 hours of playing this game, I've never seen one. They might have increased the rarity in 0.I, but I am also playing on No Hope, which then subsequently decreases the rarity of items that are on the ground or in containers and stuff like that. So that was insanely rare. Insanely rare. And I want to commemorate how insanely rare that is with ignoring what happened. Because what ended up happening was that we tried to use the crystal and nothing fucking happened. It just didn't work. So I'm gonna spawn another one in. And we're going to I could just make myself a psionic. I could. But I'd rather give another chance at using this. And we're going to try and use it in a location that will yield better results. So there is a crystal cluster down here, a crystal outcropping, which is a proper crystal cluster. Let's wait 30 minutes for our water to finish. And then we will head there. Is this done yet? Can be activated. Okay. Do you guys have any food? I'm like out of supplies at this point. No, they don't really have much of anything. We'll go ahead and grab some more water and start it purifying as well as we leave. Oh my god. I literally didn't even see it. I think they built this, right? Just know that the being in another attuned area gives you a better chance, not guaranteed, depending on how attuned the psionics of your character is. Headcanon is it being nice mage hunters helping you out with ritual magic. So they said that they improved the place. Oh yeah, look at that. They added barricades. That's so cool. They actually did improve the place. And I'm guessing that since they said that they needed translocation help, that they did this as well. So this is, what is this place called? This is, hey, what's this order called? Is it the Mage Hunters? Mage Hunters. And then we can translocate back to the Blood Cult, which is a big deal, because the Blood Cult is all the way over here. Pretty close to our base. There is still a Draco Lich at the Blood Cult. Nature in the Twinspline has them built quite a lot. It's sick. Can you imagine? Can you just teleport to the Forge? Once you get to the Forge? Yep. I could just teleport to the Forge back and forth now. I do still have this teleporter over here in the Sanguine Ruin as well. Yeah. You're still going. I wanted to join sooner, but I was playing State of the Union Bingo. That sounds fun. We aren't political around here. Politically neutral as best as I can be. Although, you know, as a pansexual man in a relationship with a trans man, you can imagine how I feel about things. But anyways, moving on. So don't get too detailed here, just because, you know, I find everyone is welcome. Okay, if you're okay with us, we're okay with you. Ooh, that was we are scout with binoculars, by the way. So that was a great place. There's a military base up there. That's really cool. The highways look so silly on the map, but that's, you know, largely my texture pack. Is this an Arcana church? Nope. It is not. You found depression in the middle of a field. That's very relatable. A ruined cabin. Don't think I've seen a ruined cabin before. Oh man, look at that. Yeah. There's just so many zombies over by the Isherwood stables now. They were probably being summoned over... Ooh, a mansion. We'll mark that. Kind of basically marking things for future times now. Use bookstore. This is a plane crash. I've never actually been to one of these plane crashes before. We'll mark that. Electrical infrastructure. Are either of these cabins? This says building. That means that we don't have a good enough sight on them. There may or may not be something cool and completely and utterly unmarked about Rural Church. Just a chip, not worth ignoring. It is rare. Okay. Well, we'll add them to the list. I'll trust you on that. You've never led me astray, Dress. There was another one around here somewhere. I'll find it later. Ooh! Magiclysm Cave! We can probably find an animism spell in there. That's nice. And then, of course, the Adzodi. With 2 entrances, is that? Yeah. A little bit harder of an entrance going over here, but now that we can teleport over here, we could teleport to this place and then go over to the Adzodi from here, which is a much shorter travel than doing all of this. I like that a lot. I liked that the Arcana places give us, like, waypoints around the world without having to give ourselves magic to be able to do it. Here's the other rural church. We'll go ahead and mark that with our little important item asterisk. Evac shelter. Okay. How easy is it going to be to get to this crystal outcropping? Very easy. So that's going to be the last thing we do today. Let's go to there. We're tired and thirsty. Both in-game and in real life. Done in 34 minutes. And we'll just go ahead and... Oh, I turned off fast travel at some point by accident. Highways are nice, though annoying at the same time. Understood. Yeah. There may or may not be something cool. Yeah. Don't say that. I don't know if it's in this build. And I certainly have led you astray before. Not intentionally. That's kind of my point, is that you've never intentionally led me astray. Is that a carrot? Nope. Bluebell. There are wild carrots in the woods. I've learned a lot about from playing Hunter. Kind of wild, actually. Scorched zombie. Okay, so we're already getting to that point. I guess we are about a month in now. Scorched zombies are either A, someone who's got raised from being killed from fire damage, or B, spawned by various... Oh! I hate the fast travel system. So much sometimes. We might stop using it. Much slower than us. Practically immobile. Okay. We can run away from that Seats very easily. And there's other dinosaurs nearby that it will attack. But it did just teleport on top on top of a Seats. Japanese knotweed, that'll help a little bit with our terrible food situation here. Dahlia is not useful. Datura is not useful. Not for what? Not for food and water, at least. Respect if you know what it's for. No, I don't know what Datura is for. I've never actually... Normally, whenever I pick up Datura, it says that I have absolutely no recipes for it. Wow, carrot. That's something. These rivers are also... These new creeks are also really useful for this. Bunch of cattails. Technically, I could drink this water as well. The water in the thing here. But it's a bad idea. Chlorine tablet's still working. There we go. We'll be pretty good for a little while now. What is that? A billboard. What's that? Demon spider lair. Cool. Don't care about that. Datura is a close relative of Nightshade. Oh, so it's poison. Okay. I wonder if I can use it with alchemy then. That'd be cool. Okay, we're pretty close now. Go ahead and save. I see the Fundaloids on my screen. Concerning. And we will try and use this white. We'll clear this crystal cluster. And we'll try and use this white crystal inside of there. Is my water ready yet? Yes. There we go. Finally, not thirsty. Make sure that we are good enough. Fundaloids are all beside and below me. Let's move in. I do see some... Okay, those are alien trees. Okay. Well, if it still doesn't work, I say give yourself Lengthened Scion, but you'll still need to find a new crystal. Yeah. You have to wield it. Activates. Flare of light. Stunned. Are you fucking kidding me? Just chuck the black crystal into the water. That's really dumb. I really don't like that. Literally, finding 2 strange crystals in a run would be so damn rare. So damn rare. And both of them don't work because of a hidden stat. What does this say? Before the Cataclysm, you were lucky in some way. Maybe you never lost your keys, or maybe you always made that last green light before getting home. Or maybe you never had to take a sick day in your life. Now, after the Cataclysm, you have potential for even more power. Your first attempt to awaken psionic powers will always be successful. Your attunement's probably bad? Yeah. Way too low of a fail chance for something that rare. Honestly, the hidden stat is so hard to figure out, and then James doesn't even tell you. Oh. Oh, do you see that? Hold on. There might be another reason here. Psychic Nax. Does Psychic Nax actually reduce the chance that we get psionic powers? Does starting with Camellioflage reduce the chance? Interesting. Cataclysm also maintaining Mystique by simply being awfully documented. Yeah, most of the stuff that we know, like me and Aerom and Dres and stuff like that, the reason we know this stuff is from either repeated experience or by literally going into the JSON files and into the code and reading it. Because, seriously, I wouldn't know half the things I know about Magiclysm without that. Yeah, I do actually have a second knack. We have Camellia Flash as a knack. Does this prevent me now from getting psionics since I have a psychic knack? Because if I knew that, I wouldn't have taken a psychic knack. Nothing tells me that that is what happens. Interesting. What happens if I get rid of that psychic knack? That might be a little bit less safe to play with, right? I know you can learn more powers from knacks, but I don't think there was anything in there to say to stop awakening. Yeah, we can't learn more powers. We also can, interestingly enough, we can get photokinetic insight, and we can also practice it without a crystal, which is so much cool. I have spent so much time reading through the files on GitHub, and it's awful since all of that knowledge is going to be out of date in like 3 months. It doesn't stop your awakening, but does count as having another power, more or less. Okay, so may count as having each of those already, which reduces odds. And the only way to find out is a random change log. Yeah, no, I agree, Nathaniel. It's one of the reasons why I've played 0.H for so long, is because I do like new things, but I don't like the instability beyond 0.H because things have been experimental, obviously, right? And I don't like having to constantly relearn things as they change their mind with the experimentals. I will play 0.I whenever it's stable, and that's why we're playing 0.I, is because I'm playing on a potential stable release. I believe I am, at least. This is the version that Dres got me. Okay, so the Psychic Knack is part of the reason why the Strange Crystal isn't working. That was weird. The menu kind of broke. Come on. Nobody tell anyone that we did it. Three. Four. It's not what I wanted to grab. Game. Five. The chance of us getting this was basically impossible. Six. Oops, I pressed the front button again. There we go. Seven. Eight. Nine. 10. Just making sure we didn't grab it there and I wasn't paying attention. Nope. How many is that now? It's 11. 11. 12. 13. 14. So this is kind of ridiculous, right? I'm not the only one who thinks this, right? Wow. Wow. Ah. Let's wait off the agony real quick. Just so I don't die. It doesn't like the fact that I did that. It does not like the fact that I did that. Okay. Could someone do me a favor and, yeah. I have an idea, actually. So, what I'm thinking about doing is getting rid of Psychic Nex, right? Because I don't know what all it's more complicated than a simple mutation. I tried to mutate myself and give myself just the mutation for Biomancer before on a previous run. Not Biomancer, but Biokinetic. Well, it was actually Telekinetic that I tried to give myself. And it didn't quite work. That's why I always spawned the crystals instead, right? But what I'm thinking about doing is scroll tray for next shouldn't be active. We already saved, so we're going to do this real quick. Autosave off, and normalize stats real quick. Get rid of agony, and then spawn. All knowledge, some concentration leaves you. And we still have Camellioflage, which is a bit of a weird bug, but that's not that big of a deal. Let's make sure that it actually got rid of the knack. It did. Okay. That's exactly what I was thinking as well, Aerom, is that we're going to get rid of the knack and then try the crystal. Because I'm worried that just giving us... Fucking getting me. Still failed. Give us a headache. Is it possible to just be, like, psychically dead and not be able to do this? Add latency. Good point, good point. Stunned. Hold on. Player. Spells. Okay. Unlearned Camellioflage. We're basically just bud testing this more now. There's no effects right now going on. We have latent Scion, okay. Nothing else to do with Mind Over Matter. Failed. Well, interesting. Is there a thing for... No. There's nothing in here that Mind Over Matter added. Not that I'm seeing. Whether change the Portal Storm? Well, how many do we have left right now? 14, okay. Map. Change weather. Portal Storm. Wait a few turns, let it normalize. Okay. Failed. Where is the Portal Storm? Portal Storm's a little bugged. I've never actually tried changing the weather before. Okay. Now the Portal Storm seems to be moving. I think I'm in the heart of the storm. Activate. Oh, here we go. Let's do this inside. What's the series of things? I've gone through this before. What are you? Should I grow into? What do I need to do? Is this just... Do I say no? I think it's say no, yeah. Halfway. More power than safety. Halfway. There we go. Okay, so now we're inside of the portal dimension. Activate. Still fucking dark. Oh my god. I'm going with this is bugged. If you've never seen this dimension, I apologize for fast tracking it. This is something that I would eventually cut out of a video. So let's go through the portal once. Activate, failed. Okay. Okay. Well, we're not saving right now, so let's leave. That's a bug. That's funny. Let's see how doable this is. Biokinetic. Awakened. It taught me physical enhancement, overcome pain, stop concentrating, stop concentrating. Okay. Did it teach me the recipes? Be under practice. I still have this. Interesting. Interesting. So there's definitely some leftover from the Nax there. I don't have the recipes for the psionic. So if I just give myself the thing, it doesn't quite work out correctly. I don't care about impossible shapes right now. Yeah, so the contemplation knack is still here. I forget if there's a way to learn and unlearn recipes. Huh. Having everything but the recipes really sucks too. Doesn't guarantee a path though. Chorus Crystal guarantees an awakening. Okay. Yeah, the only reason I'm not working on this off stream is because, well, I mean, I'm sure this is interesting to some people, and we're kind of done with our run. So if you're interested in seeing more of Adelaide's actual run and not me fucking around with Cataclysm and bending it over its back, then we're pretty much done here, and you can go ahead and pop out. But I'm going to keep breaking it over its back for a few seconds here, because I'm really curious why this isn't working correctly. Oh, hey, by the way, the set still XP for stuff like the perk mod and stuff like that also doesn't work, by the way. Fun thing. I played around with that on my own time. So you're saying the coruscating strange crystal works. Okay, give us a few seconds. We are going to do this. I killed it so that none of that saves because yeah, we really fucked around. We fucked around and we didn't find out. But yeah, so we'll leave our character as it was created with the psionic knack because we can't fully cleanse that. I don't want to hit forget all recipes. That would be a bigger problem because it gets rid of recipes that you auto learn from like fabrication stuff like that. So it would cause just so many problems. I've played with it before, and unless they've changed it recently, it just breaks shit. It just completely breaks shit. Yeah, this is the new load screen for 0.I and experimental. It's okay. It's nice. It gives you all the information you need, and it's a little bit prettier. And I think there's like 2 variants or something like that I've seen. Maybe 3. Not too much. Still breaks everything. Yeah. Cedra overwrites the load screens. Oh, interesting. Cedra has its own load screens. That's very cool. The coruscating crystal, guaranteeing it. Let's make sure that we have everything back. Yeah, it does look like we have everything back. Okay. Is autosave still off? It is. We're not going to turn it back on until we are done. Still 21 strange black crystals there. And we're in Paragony, so we need to end that. The heal that we're getting from resetting our body stats is not that big of a deal, because we were pretty close to full HP anyways. And I can always just set my HP back to where it was a moment ago. So spawn coruscating crystal. Let's say 5, just in case it doesn't work. And wield it. Activate. Okay. That technically works. What did it give us? Telepath. So what I can do, and I'll probably do this off stream, is I can use this coruscating crystal to get biokinetic. Because I feel like there's something going on there. I think it... If I had known that psionic knacks 100% prevents you from getting powers outside of these coruscating crystal, which, by the way, I don't think you can get in-game normally. That's an item that you get from one of the starts. Unless I've never found one, at least. They've been in the game forever, and I've never, ever found one. I don't know how to craft them or anything like that. But if I had known that psionic knacks stopped you from getting psionic powers, I would have never taken a psionic knack. As cool as it is, definitely something weird happened with the knacks, and it doesn't tell you in the knacks that it prevents psionic powers. Just know that normalizing body stats fucked up mind over matter stuff when you're awakened. Oh, good to know. I don't think I've ever done it with any characters. I only do it whenever I'm like messing with stuff. So that's really good to know, though. For the old load screen, part of the CDDA is always, despite how fucking awful everything is, you just have the super crazy moments all cooped up in your Deathmobile base and reading books and drinking tea. Yeah, no, that's accurate. Yeah, have a good night, Cividet. I'm probably going to end here as well. I will sit down sometime between now and my next stream and kind of force biokinetic because we realistically should have gotten it, and it was a really cool thing, and it was a really rare thing, and this is a shorter run, so I do not mind something like that. It's going to be a bit of a air quotes story moment, and we will have gotten biokinetic, and I will wave it away whenever I actually made videos for this. If I made for this, using our good friends over at, what was this place called? Over at the church here. Won't be like, hey, these people helped us out, right? They unlocked our mind, yeah. If I want to talk more, you'll be around. Okay, good to know. But yeah, no, so we know something that works now. So we're going to go ahead and give ourselves some biokinetic, but we are going to end the stream there. That's at least me solving the issue and knowing that there's definitely some sort of bug going on there, or some sort of unintended interaction, or some sort of hidden interaction. But this has been a very fun session. This has been a very fun run of Cataclysm, and I do plan on doing more of this character until it's not fun anymore. So it'll probably be several more streams. I'm hoping to stream Thursday. My work has become quite a heavy load recently, so there's a good chance that Thursday stream is going to be gone. However, if you would like notifications for streams, please go into the Discord. There is a link in the description of this video, and sign yourself up for either Stream Watcher or the CDDA tag so that you will be notified for future streams. Thank you all for joining me. This has been a lot of fun. It's very much fun to play this game while talking to people, and I hope you all have a fantastic night. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe, all that usual stuff, and don't forget, there's always more dark days ahead. Goodbye.